We can send the recording to you. Okay. So when we say copy editing, we are talking about a process which ensures that correct terms, correct terms, spelling, grammar, jargon, punctuation, terminology, and all those things are put in proper order. Okay, so usually when you write a paper, you can have spelling problem, you can have grammar problem, you can have problems with inclusion of jargons or words which are not necessary, or use of wrong terminologies or use of wrong language. Okay, so in copy editing, you are going to make sure that all these things are done well. Okay, and finally, the formatting of your paper. Okay, because if the paper is not well formatted, the paper is going to be rejected as well. Okay, so when we say formatting, we are talking about using the right font type, using the right font size, and so on and so forth. Okay, so these are things that need to be done or need to be put in place in order to ensure that your paper is okay for publication. So copy editing also checks and corrects errors in grammar, spelling, syntax. When we say syntax, we are talking about arrangement of words. Okay, sometimes from my experience, when I read a paper, sometimes the ending need to come at the beginning, and then the beginning need to go to the middle. So it's like misarranging of different components uh, of the paper. Okay, putting them in different disorder. Okay, sometimes too the statements are passive. When if it looks active, it could look better. So it has to do with rearranging words and sentences to make them look good. Okay, to make them look good. Okay, so that is what it's about. Okay, so we have to be able to do this and do it well. Okay, and then it also checks for continuity error. So in continuity error, we are talking about flow of thoughts, flow of thought. And then copy editing also makes sure that all loose ends are tied. Okay, so when we talk about continuity error, like if you're writing a research, it's supposed to flow like a story. Okay, every research needs to flow like a story. So if it is just a chunk of content packed together, it's going to have a problem with continuity error. Okay, so from the introduction all the way to methodology, all the way to your results, and then so on and so discussion and so on and so forth. It has to flow like a story, step by step. So whoever is reading can really follow the sequence of how the study was conducted. Okay, and then copy editing will also check for technical consistency, especially in spelling. Okay, so if there are spelling errors or capitalization, use of wrong capitalization, font usage, numerals, and hyphenation. So if you are copy editing, these are some of the things you are going to consider. Okay, so for example, somebody could write email like this in one part of the paper, let's say on page 26. And then on page 143, you find another email like this. Okay, so this is like inconsistent. So if you are using this email style or spelling, okay, it has to be like this throughout the work. If it's going to be like this, it has to be the same. Okay. Another thing has to do with the use of British English and American English. If you want to use British English, you have to stick to British English consistently. And then if you want to use American English, you have to stick to American English consistently. Okay, for example, we have favorite. This is British English, and then versus favorite, which is American English or American. Okay, so we have to be consistent. Usually consistency is the key so far as copy editing is concerned. Okay, so it also checks for factual incorrect statements. Sometimes there are some facts that you present that are not correct. Okay, some facts presented which are not correct. Okay, or some claims, making some claims which are not correct. So in copy editing, you have to check for that as well. And then the author must check if the facts in the manuscript are accurate, okay? And if the names and dates are correct. Okay, sometimes you attribute some fact to some particular authors, okay, or publication dates which are not really correct. So in copy editing, you are going to check all those things to make sure that the facts you are presenting are correct, the date and names you are using are correct as well. Okay. Also, it also check for potential legal liability. Okay. Now, copyright is a big issue, and then you can go to jail for copyright violation, or you can be charged for some kind of money, which is huge. Okay. So it's very important that in copyright this is checked as well. So the author must verify that the paper or manuscript is well referenced. So in copywriting, we have to check that every information used is well referenced, well attributed to the owner of that particular information. Okay. It's also checked for inconsistency within the paper, which is your story. So this includes the research process, okay, how the study was conducted. There's a mistake here. Conducted, not conduction. Okay. All right. So the question is, does your paper flow like a story, or it's just pieces of information? Okay. So your research need to flow like a story. Okay. Your research need to flow like a story. There's one paper I'm working on right now from one of the universities. Uh, I noticed that the person in the result is based on students, but in his demographic profile, the profile is on teachers. So there is some kind of inconsistency. Please mute your microphones. Everybody mute your microphone. Ma'am Monette, please mute your microphone. Okay, so there is some inconsistency, Okay, the profile is on teachers and the result is on students. So I sent him message. I said, there is conflict in your paper. Okay, so if your result is on student, it means that your profile, your demographic profile also need to be on student, not on teachers, because it doesn't make sense at all. Okay, so the story need to flow naturally. So if it is student, it has to be student consistently. If it's teachers, it has to be teachers consistently. Okay, so no contradiction or any kind of thing like that. So in copy editing, these are some of the things you are going to ensure, okay, that it's well done, that it's well done. Okay, so another question is, are there conflicting descriptions, okay, within your methodology? For example, okay, does the abstract match your results? Okay, sometimes what you have in your abstract is different from what you really have in your results. Okay, so what is found in the abstract should be a reflection of what is found in your results, because the abstract, you're just capsulizing what your whole study is about, which includes the introduction, it includes the purpose, methodology, conclusion, or suggestion. Okay, so if your abstract is not consistent with your result, it means your paper is going to be rejected. Okay, another question. Are your discussion and conclusion based on your results? Okay, I have several instances like this. Okay, when people bring paper for improvement, and then when I check their discussion and their conclusions, it's not based on the results. Okay, so this problem had to be fixed. Okay, and there have been times too uh, that even when it's not conflicting, there are some kind of disagreement. Okay, in the discussion and then in the conclusion. Okay, so the conclusion need to be based on the result and the discussion. Okay, so cohesion is very important. So in copy editing, you ensure that there's maximum cohesion in your entire paper. Okay, now let's look at how to copy edit. How to copy edit. Okay, so you copy edit after you are done preparing the journal format of the paper. Later on, I'm going to discuss how to prepare the journal format. Okay, but you need to copy edit after the format is done, after you are done with everything. Okay, so number one, do an initial read through. Okay, so you have to read through the paper first time. So here, read the entire paper and highlight areas which are not clear or seem to have some contradiction. Okay, so you can have your red pen in your hand, or you can have a highlighter in your hand. Or if you are just doing everything on the computer, okay, so you just highlight areas which are not clear, or areas which you think there are some kind of contradiction in them. Okay, so you just need to highlight them. Okay, so number two, you need to rewrite the weak areas, rewrite them. Okay, so once you've highlighted those areas, now you need to go back and rewrite the weak areas. Okay, so areas which are not clear, areas with some kind of contradiction, you have to rewrite them. Okay, rephrase them or add some more words to make it look better. Okay, when that is done, you can use a software to cross-check. Use a software. Okay, so Microsoft Word has grammar editing tool, which you can use, or you can use Grammarly, okay, to check. So use any of these sites to double check errors that you could spot. Okay, you can use this one, paperrater.com. Okay, you can use this to check if there are grammar issues or problems, or you can use scribble.com. Okay, so you just have to create an account and then you copy paste, or you just upload your paper and then you can check it out. Okay, number 3, you can use editmypaper.ca, okay, to check if there are still some problems in your paper. And then number 4, you can use grammarly.com. What I use is grammarly.com. I have the premium account, okay? In the premium account, it's able to check for plagiarism. It's also able to check grammar and everything. Actually, it also helps in paraphrasing and all those things. Yeah, but you have to pay for it. It's not a free software, okay? But Grammarly has a free version, which is good for paper publication or paper improvement. So you can use the free version. If you want to buy the paid version, you can buy the paid version as well. It will cost you just a couple of dollars per month, or if you want to pay per year, so you can use it that way. And then number 4, proofread. Okay, you have to proofread. Okay, so in proofreading, you check for quality before submitting to the journal for publication. Okay, so now you have to check for the general quality of the paper. And that means that you have to compare the journal paper, okay, with the original manuscript to see if there is something left out. Okay, so you have your entire thesis there. And then you have the journal paper, about 10 pages that you have prepared. So in proofreading, you are going to compare what the 10 pages you have prepared with your entire manuscript to see if there are any important things that you left out, or whether you included every important thing or not. Okay. Now let's talk about structural editing. Here we are also talking about substantive editing, okay, which is utilized when a document requires more than copy edit. Okay, so usually in our paper improvement, we do editing, or we call general paper improvement. So in the general paper improvement, we check the content and then the structure. So it's like a whole improvement of the whole paper, everything involved, okay? So it also involves making substantive and structural changes to the academic paper, okay? Sometimes you need to really change everything or most of the things, okay? You need to change everything, or you need to change most of the things. Okay, so this is something you need to know. Let me give another example. There's also one paper that I have received for improvement right now. It's one of the papers we are working on. Okay, so the person actually has no idea about how a journal paper need to look like. So the methodology, the results, introduction, everything is mixed up. I mean, everything is mixed up. So in situation like this, it needs structure editing. Okay, so we need to rearrange everything based on the journal standard. Make sure that everything is well done. Okay, so that is situations whereby structural editing is needed. Okay. All right, let's continue. So it involves a structural review of number 1, the content. Okay. So in structural editing, you are going to edit the content. Okay. You edit the content. Number 2, the language and a language and style. Okay, because in writing research papers, okay, it's more than just it's a formal writing, sometimes semi-formal writing. Okay, so the language used, the style used, it's very important. Sometimes you can use too many personal pronouns. Okay, some journals don't allow it. There are some journals that do, but most journals do not allow using too many personal pronouns in writing your research article. For example, uh, writing something like, I gathered the data from blah, blah, blah. I talked to this person, blah, blah, blah. No. So instead of that style and language, you're going to use the researcher got the data from. After that, blah, 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 blah. So instead of using personal pronoun, you use the researcher or the researchers and so on and so forth. Okay, so instead of using they, you use the respondent or the participant. So that kind of style, it's part of structural editing. And then in structural editing, you also look at presentation and clarity, okay, and document flow and cohesion. So sometimes when you read, it doesn't really make sense. When I was in Thailand, I really had a lot of issues on structural editing because Thai people, they write their paper in Thai language, and then to publish in an international journal, a Scopus journal, you can't write it in Thai. It should be English. Okay, so they use Google Translator to translate it. But it's really horrible if you use Google to translate your paper. And then they will use Google to translate it and then bring it to me for improvement. And sometimes I can't even understand it. Yeah, because the presentation, the flow, clarity is lost. Uh, if you use Google to translate from one language to the other, especially when it has to do with paper. Okay, so those of you, if your paper is in Filipino and then you want to publish, okay, it's better you get somebody who is an English major graduate, and then he will translate it from Filipino to English for you. Or if you can do it, then you do it by yourself. Don't use Google because the clarity and everything is going to change. Okay. So next has to do with consistent use of voice and tone throughout the paper. Okay, so the voice has to do with, if you're using more passive voice, usually what is advisable, use more passive, no, use more active instead of passive voice. Okay, you're writing your paper, use more active voice. You can include passive, but most of the time use more active voice. Okay, and then make sure that there's some consistency with words, how words are used. Okay, especially with capitalization. Sometimes your variables, you decide to make them, you capitalize them. So if you are going to capitalize them, make sure that all the variables are capitalized through the entire paper. So there should not be instances whereby some places the variables are capitalized and some other places they are not capitalized. Okay, so consistency is very important. Okay, and then structural editing also evaluates whether chapter arrangement is logical. Okay, so chapter arrangement. So beginning from the introduction, and then your objectives. There are some journal, they are going to ask for conceptual framework or theoretical framework, the literature reviews, and then your methodology to the result, discussion, conclusion. Okay, so there should be consistency based on the journal standard. Okay, it should be logical, and the length of the document is appropriate. Okay, so over here, usually for most journals, scientific journals, the length of the paper in terms of words is like 4,000 to 6,000 words. Okay, in some cases it can be up to 8,000, especially for scientific papers. Okay, but for most journals, it's between 4 to 6,000. Okay, so if you are editing, structural editing, you have to check that the length of the paper is appropriate according to the journal standard. Okay, if your paper is too long, it's going to be rejected. Okay, usually if the paper is single spaced, the length is between 10 pages to around 13 or 15 pages. And then if that space of 1.5, around 20 to 25 pages, like that. Okay, but even still, if you can make your paper as short as possible, that'll be very, very important. Okay, that'll be very, very important. So there are some journals, they will ask you to add theoretical framework, and then they will ask you to add literature review. Okay, if those components are added to the paper, then likely the length of your paper will be around 6,000 words, or 6,000 to 7,000, like that. Okay, and then you have to also check the text has cohesive flow. Okay, we have mentioned this earlier, cohesive flow of information. Okay, just like a story. Okay, all right, so let's look at how to use software, how to use sites/software to improve your paper, how to use software. Okay, so now let's see two examples. Let's see two examples. Okay, you can use Grammarly. You can use Grammarly.com. Okay, I will show you in a moment how to use Grammarly.com. Okay, and then number two, you can use plagiarismdetector.net. There are several sites out there, like those I showed you before. Even there are others I didn't include in the presentation. Okay, so many of them that you can use. Okay, so now let's look at how to use Grammarly. Okay, so number one, you have to create a free account with Grammarly.com. Okay, then you log into your account. Okay, then copy paste or upload your document. Okay, copy paste or upload. Okay, the free account usually allows for certain number of words per upload. So you create an account, log into your account, then simply copy, paste, or upload your content. Okay. Usually, I think maximum per check-in is around 1,000 words per check-in for the free account. Okay. Now this is the second method that you can use. Okay, so sign into your account. Okay, then on the left hand side, click on the apps. As you can see here, there's app here. Okay, I will go to the website, then I will show you as well. Okay, then click on install for Microsoft Office. Install for Microsoft Office. Okay, then it will then be integrated into your Microsoft Word. So when it's integrated, you can edit right in Microsoft Word using your account. Okay, now I'm going to go to my computer, and then I'm going to show you how you can get it done. Okay, I'll go to my computer now. Okay. Okay, so I'm here in my on my laptop. So I'm going to uh, open Grammarly. Okay, I hope you can see my laptop, right? You can see my screen. Okay, so now we are here. Uh, you create an account if you don't have account, okay? But me, I have account, so I'm going to log in here. I'm going to log in. Okay, so I'm logging in now. Okay, so I'm here inside my account. Okay, so as you can see here, I edited a lot of documents using Grammarly, many of them. Okay, so if I want to edit, this is what I can do. We have new here, and then we have upload. Okay, so I'm going to show you the first option over here. Please, if you have questions, you use the Q and A. Okay, if you have questions, use the Q and A. Okay, so if you check here, you see that there's premium here, which means I have a premium account with Grammarly. Okay, premium account. Okay, so I'm going to click on this new. I'm clicking on new here. So if I click on new, this will open. So if there's something I want to edit, I'm just going to copy and paste, okay? So I'm going to look for some material and then I will just copy and paste, okay? So you can see how it will look like. Just a moment, I will copy and paste something. Just a moment. I will just copy and paste something. Okay, just a moment, it's loading. Just a moment, I am copying and I'll paste something so that you can see. So just a moment, I'm opening the file. Okay, so if you copy and then you paste, okay, everything that is wrong grammatically will be underlined. Okay, so if you are using the free version, you will notice. Okay, if you are using the free version, it will give you some of the things which are wrong, not everything, Not everything wrong about the paper will be shown. But the most important thing that needs serious attention will be reviewed. Okay, it will be reviewed. All right, so I'm copying, I'm pasting, and then I'm going to go back to Grammarly again. Okay, so I'm pasting now. Okay, I hope you can still see. You can still see my screen, right? Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, very good, very good. So if you can see, you will see that some are underlined red, others are green, others are blue.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So what it means here is that the red underline, they are the most serious problems in the paper. So it's giving you the option. So I'm just going to click like that. And then I just click and then the writing will be given. And then I click again. And then it said delete this one. So I'm going to delete. Okay. And then okay, options will be given. So I'm going to do that and then correct all the red uh, underlined places in the paper. Okay, that is the first level of editing using Grammarly. Okay, that's the first level. So I'm going to click them all and then fix everything that is in there, which is red. Okay. So it's as easy as this if you are using Grammarly to edit your paper. Okay, so you just need to upload it or copy paste and then it will point out everything which is wrong. Okay, and provide you with suggestions. Okay, please, all your questions use the Q&A. Okay, don't use the chat. Use the Q&A. Okay, so now the first level of editing is done. Okay, so all the red things are corrected, and that is how far you can go with the free version. Okay, the free version will help correct all the red things, and the red are the most important. Now with the green and the blue, you can only have this corrected with a paid version. Okay, with a free version, you cannot correct this because over here, it's going to point out other things which are beyond just grammar. So it's going to try to edit structure as well. For example, over here, I'm still using a premium account or the paid account. Okay, so if I click here, it's giving me another word instead of major. So you see here, a quality teacher has a major criteria. So he said he's suggesting instead of saying major, I should use significant. So if this makes sense to me, I'm going to change the major to significant. Okay, and then if I click here, okay, so it's pointing out some things you need to delete. We have us here and us here. So I'm going to read the suggestion he has given. Here, the teacher has always been considered one of the noblest human beings and the second parent to students. That is correct. So he said rephrase. So I'm going to rephrase. I'll click this and then it has been rephrased. Okay, so I'm going to correct this one as well. So he's saying instead of bringing students are generally influenced, I should cross out this. and begin the sentence like this. Their teachers generally influence students because they spend most of their time under the guidance of the teachers in schools. Okay, so I'm reading this and I will check this to make sure the suggestion here does not change the meaning here. So if it makes sense, I'll click on rewrite. Okay, and the whole thing will be changed. Okay, and then he's saying another thing again. Other thing that needs to be removed, rephrase again. Okay, and then I'm going to go here. Instead of writing the realization of, he said use realizing. So I'll choose that. And then teachers, okay, use this string. Here he's talking about consistency of this expression throughout the entire paper. So update all. I'm going to update everything. Okay, so it means that this style is now consistent throughout the entire paper. Okay, and then we'll go down here, and then, okay, he's providing some suggestion here. He said delete take place, instead use occur. Delete produces, replace with produce. Delete adopt, make it adopt. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, and then we have here, he said it's a passive voice. Okay, so we can decide to change it to active, or we just leave it like that, because passive voice is not necessarily wrong, just that sometimes using more active words are more important. So we can use this approach to edit the entire paper. Okay, and one thing you have to realize is that most of the journals use grammar editing software, okay, like Grammarly or Scribble. So if you use Grammarly to check your work, it means that if they upload your paper into Grammarly, I mean, they will not find anything wrong because it's the same software that you use to edit your own paper. Okay, so that is one option. Okay, another option, over here, I copy and I paste it. Okay, so another thing you can do, instead of copy pasting, you can just upload the whole paper. Okay, so if I go to this place, we have upload file. If I want to upload the whole document, I'll just upload. I'll not copy paste, I'll just upload everything. Okay, and then that is it. So if I'm done editing, I can just copy paste, or I can just download. If I click here and I come to this place, there is download here. If you can still see my screen, there's download here. So I will just download the document to my desktop or to my laptop, like that. That is one option. Okay, another option is to integrate Grammarly into your Microsoft Word. So you can work using Grammarly in your Word document without going to the Grammarly website. You can still do it in Microsoft Word. Okay, so let me show you something here. Let me go back here. Okay, so if you can still see, okay, assuming you have created an account, a Grammarly account already, if you come here, you will see apps. There is apps here. Okay, so if I click on apps, this is going to pop up. You are going to see this here. Okay, so we have Grammarly for Microsoft Office. We have Grammarly for Windows. We have Grammarly for Chrome. And then even Grammarly for your phone. If you have iPad, Grammarly for iPad as well. So in my case, I have downloaded the Grammarly for Office and then integrated it into my Microsoft Word. So I do all my editing in Microsoft Word without going to Grammarly website. Okay, So if you have not installed yet, if you open, you will see the same thing here. You will see it here. I've installed, so you have active here. But if it's not installed, you will see install. So you just have to click on it and install. So when you install it, okay, it will be integrated into your Microsoft Word. So when it's integrated, this is how it's going to look like. Okay, if it's integrated, it's going to look like this. Just a moment. Okay, just a moment. Just a moment. Okay, I want to show you my Microsoft Word. Okay. All right. So if it's integrated, it's going to look like this. Now, if you look up here, we have open Grammarly software. Okay. If you check up here, there's Grammarly integrated up here. Okay. If I click on this Grammarly right here, okay, this is Grammarly integrated into my Microsoft Word. Okay, so I do all my editing here in Microsoft Word. Okay, because I have Grammarly integrated here. Okay, so if you want to edit over here in Microsoft Word, you just have to click on this, open Grammarly. Okay, if I click on open Grammarly, it's opening now. And then when it's open, everything wrong in this paper is going to be underlined. Okay, everything wrong, grammarly wrong is going to be underlined. And then we begin our editing process right there. Okay, it's going to be underlined. Okay, so it's still checking. Okay. All right, so you can see over here if it's clear to you. If you can still see my laptop screen. Okay, so everything wrong is underlined. So in editing, you just need to click on everything there. So we start with the red. Okay, we start with the red. Okay, so then the option will be given, then you choose. Okay, then the next thing then we make the correction. Okay, then we make the correction. Okay, so we are going to continue this process until everything is corrected. Okay, until everything is corrected. Okay, so you can just do the editing in Microsoft Word once the Grammarly software is integrated into your Word document. Okay, like I said before, the free account can correct only the red underlined one. The blue and green, you need a premium account or the paid account to be able to edit that. Okay, so with a paid account, you can now begin editing all the blue and the green underlined areas. Okay, so we edit everything, which is not okay. We do all the editing, okay? And then after editing, you need to read through. Don't forget, softwares are not human beings, okay? Because softwares can make mistakes. So you have to read through and make sure it makes sense to you, okay, before you choose the suggestion from Grammarly, okay? So you need to read through it, okay, make sure everything is okay, and then you can keep it, okay? So it will make your work easier if you have this software that you are using, okay? So this is how you can use Grammarly to check your work, okay? And actually Grammarly can also check plagiarism with a paid account. You can easily check plagiarism, okay? Actually, we do plagiarism check for free. If you want us to check your plagiarism for you, we can check it for free. We'll only give you the percent plagiarism, but we'll not paraphrase it for you. You have to do it yourself. If you want us to paraphrase or fix everything, uh, you have to pay the fee for that. But for checking the presence of plagiarism, we can do it for free for you. Okay. For example, if I go back to my um, computer, let me go back here again. Okay. And then I will go back to the document that I opened a while ago. Let's go back to that document. Okay, over here. Okay. Let's assume that I'm going to copy paste again, and then we'll see if we can check plagiarism. But later on, I will talk more about plagiarism. But I want to just show you just in a moment. Okay. So I will paste it here. Okay. So once it's pasted, if you go to the right hand lower corner over here, you see correctness. We have correctness 22, alert, clarity, very clear, engagement, very engaging, delivery, just right. Okay, if you go down here, the right corner, we have check plagiarism. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. Let's see. It's going to provide us the percent plagiarism that is found over here. Okay, so let's see the percent plagiarism. Now it's checking the plagiarism. Okay, so we are checking it. Okay. Okay, so if you can see, still down here, what is the percent plagiarism in this paper? What is the percent plagiarism? Somebody should tell me.
7%, sir.
Come again?
47.
47. Very good. So 47% plagiarism found here. Okay, so to fix this one, you need to consider all the green underlined areas. Those are the plagiarized areas. Okay, so you need to quote them or you need to paraphrase them. Okay, all these areas are plagiarized. Okay, so that needs to be fixed. Okay, so those are the areas that need to be fixed. So we have 47% plagiarism, which is too high because for most journals, maximum plagiarism allowed is around 15%. Okay, for most journals. Some accept up to 20%, but it's rare, around 10 to 15% for most journals. So this is how you can use Grammarly to check grammar problems in your paper. Okay, so it's not really something difficult to do. Okay, so I'm back here to my slides. That is one thing to do. Now, you can also use plagiarism.net. I've used it a couple of times. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can use plagiarism.net. Okay, let me go back to my laptop again. Okay, so I will open plagiarism.net. Plagiarism. Okay. In plagiarism.net, there is a free version and a paid version. But let me say that the paid version is able to do better work than the free version. Okay, but in your case, because you have attended our training, we can always check plagiarism for you for free so that you will know which particular areas in your paper has plagiarism issue, so that you can paraphrase them, re-quote them to reduce the issue of plagiarism. Okay, if you want us to check it 10 times for you, we will do it for free. There's no problem about that. Okay, so because if you know where the problem is, it's easy to work on it. But if you are not sure which particular place in your paper has plagiarism, it's difficult trying to fix the plagiarism issue in your paper. Okay, so here in plagiarism.net, we are going to paste in, okay, that content that we, I copied a while ago. Okay, so I have pasted the content. Okay, so over here, you can see check plagiarism. And then we have check grammar. So you can use plagiarism.net also to check your grammar issues or to check your plagiarism issue. Okay, so in this case, we can choose to check the plagiarism or we'll check the grammar. So our focus is on content editing. So we are going to check grammar. Okay. Just a moment. Okay, so we are checking our grammar here. Again, it's always taking me to Grammarly. Okay, so plagiarism.net is connected to Grammarly. So if you want to use plagiarism.net to check grammar, it's going to bring you to Grammarly. Okay, however, if you want to check just the plagiarism, okay, then that is it. So it's now checking the plagiarism issue that we have here. Okay, so now let's see. Don't forget, when we use the Grammarly to check plagiarism, we got around 47% plagiarism. Okay, that is the paid account. Now what we are using now is a free account. So we are going to see if the free account is able to check up to that level that the paid account checked. Okay, so that we can see the comparison and the differences with the paid account and then the free account. So it's loading now, so we just wait for a moment, some few seconds, and it will be done. So we will check and see. Okay, it's 80% done. Okay. So over here, we are using the free account. The free account says 43% plagiarized. Okay, but the free account, the paid account said 47. Okay, so you realize that the paid account is able to detect more than the free account. Okay, so it's good if you use a paid account, which we can do that for you for free. All right, using the plagiarism from Grammarly, because we are using the premium account. All right, so get this very clearly. I'm going to go back to my slide. I think we are almost done. So, and then we'll go to Q&A. Okay, so this is the last slide for the first presentation. Okay, so let's take the Q&A. Let's do a little interaction here. And then you can switch on your video if you want to. When I start a new presentation, I will switch off. I will switch off your video again. Okay, so let's see. Any question? We have some writing here. Let me go through them. Let's check them. If you cannot open your video, just a moment. I will check it out for you again. Just a moment, please. Okay. All right, just a moment. Okay, so I'm going to, where is the gallery? Okay. Mom, Nedaya, I said, sorry, I cannot yet open my video. Oh, okay, I will check for you. Okay, Mom Monet, how can we purchase Grammarly? If you want to purchase Grammarly, just go to the Grammarly website. You'll find a package there. Okay, I think per month you pay around 10,000 pesos or something. So you just check it out. Okay, check it out from the Grammarly website. Okay, another question. Can you please help us find trusted or favorable site in which we can buy Grammarly at a minimum price? Okay, the best and most trusted site to buy Grammarly is to go to Grammarly.com, their actual website. No, I mean, there can be a lot of pirates grammarly out there, which will not really serve the purpose that you want. Okay, so it's always better to buy from the actual website. Okay, and then Circle is asking which is better in checking plagiarism, Grammarly or Turnitin? Okay, Circle, Grammarly and Turnitin, they all do the same job. Okay, some institutions use Turnitin, and then some institutions use Grammarly. Okay, so they all do the same work, but Grammarly is more popular, especially among institutions. Okay, so any of them that you want to use is okay. Any of them is okay. So you can use Turnitin or you can use Grammarly, whichever can serve the same purpose. Okay, any other questions, please, or clarification? You need any clarification?
Sir,
Yes, sir.
Alban
Marcelo.
Moro.
Yes.
Is there an app or a software like Grammarly that you can just pay on a per use basis? Not you don't have to subscribe.
You say you can pay on what?
On a per use basis. When you use it, when you upload a file for grammar check, that's when you pay. Not you don't have to subscribe. There's
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, all the softwares for checking, it's a monthly subscription or a yearly subscription. Okay, if you want to avail per usage, then you have to contact somebody who has the subscription, and the person can just charge you just a little fee and then check it for you. Okay, yeah, but like I said, if it's just for checking the Grammarly, for checking the plagiarism or checking grammar issues, we can do it for free for you. Okay, so we will spot out the areas with a plagiarism issue, with a grammar issues, and then we'll print it out for you, print it in PDF or even in Microsoft Word and send to you so that you know which particular areas in your paper need attention so that you can focus on that particular area. So we can do it for free for you. Okay. All right. Any other question or clarifications from the others? Okay. So if there aren't any more, I assume that everything is clear for everybody. So we are going to move on to our next presentation, okay, for this morning. So our next presentation, we are going to discuss plagiarism itself. Okay, so how you can reduce or avoid plagiarism in your work. Okay, so that is going to be our next discussion. I must say that most papers are rejected because of plagiarism issue, because the journals have got all kind of sophisticated apps to check the presence of plagiarism. And because of that, if you are not using that same kind of app, your work is usually not accepted, okay, because they can figure out every plagiarism issue in your paper, and that makes it not acceptable, okay? All right, so let's go to our next presentation for this morning, okay? So we are going to talk about how to avoid plagiarism, okay? How you can avoid plagiarism. Okay, just a moment. Okay, Mom Hazel is asking, sir, can you still check my paper by June for plagiarism for free? And how can I reach you? Okay, no problem. Checking the plagiarism can be done in just 15 minutes, okay? So when you send it, we'll check it immediately. It doesn't really take time to do that, okay? And then we'll send it back to you. Okay, so you can just email your paper and then tell us what we have to do with the paper. Okay, so the same email that I used when I was sending the link to you, just use the same email and then email your paper. And then Mom Grace is asking, sir, how can we reach you for free grammar? Okay, no problem. The same email, you just need to send through the email, and then we'll check the plagiarism for you. No problem. Okay. Now, what is plagiarism? According to the dictionary, I know that everyone has an idea about what plagiarism is about. So we are just going to throw more light into it and how you can avoid it. Okay. So according to the dictionary, to plagiarize means number one, to steal. Okay. This is crazy, but that is true. Plagiarism means to steal and pass off, okay, someone's idea as your own, okay, to steal. So plagiarism is considered as a form of stealing. Okay, number two, to use, okay, another's production without creating the source, okay, no, without accrediting the source, okay. And then number three, to commit literally theft, okay, if you steal it. Okay, number four, to present a new and original idea or product derived from an existing source, okay, to present as new. When it's not new, it's somebody's, product or invention, and then you are claiming it's your new idea. That's considered as plagiarism as well. Okay, so in other words, plagiarism is an act of fraud. Okay, plagiarism is an act of fraud. That's one thing we have to all realize, that it is an act of fraud. Okay, all right, and it's involved both stealing someone else's work and lying about it to us. Okay, so we have to take note. So, what is considered plagiarism? What is considered plagiarism? Okay, so turning in someone's work into your own is considered plagiarism. Number two, copying words or ideas from someone else without giving credit. No, if you copy somebody's work, you have to give credit. And number three, failing to put a quotation mark. Okay, when you use somebody's idea, it's considered plagiarism. Number four, giving, not fiving, giving incorrect information about the source of a quotation. So if you give incorrect information about the source, that is also considered as plagiarism. Okay, number five, changing words but copying the sentence structure, okay, of a source without giving credit. Okay, so when you even paraphrase, you still need to acknowledge the source because you are using the same sentence structure. So you have to credit it to the one to whom it is due. Okay. Number six, copying so many words or ideas from a source that it makes up the majority of your work. Okay, whether you give credit or not, it breaks the fair use law. Sometimes You have accredited the source, but you have used too much of the information from another or a particular author. I have seen that over and over. Okay, when in one particular paper, it seems like this person quoted from this particular author so many times. Okay, so if you use ideas from a particular author too many times, so acknowledging whether you acknowledge or not is still considered as plagiarism. Okay, please switch off your microphone, everybody. Okay, so it's considered as plagiarism. Okay, so don't use too many information from one particular author. So your whole paper need to be a chop soil, okay, a chop soil, meaning that you should have from different authors mixed together. Okay, not just one particular author. Then you quote. It's not enough. So if you look at the illustration in this picture, okay, he's saying this is just not good enough. She's plagiarized. And then he's saying, but yes, but it's from your book. Okay. So the fact that it's from my book doesn't mean you can use everything. Okay. So you have to add from other people as well. Okay. So what about images, videos, and music? Okay. So using an image, video, or piece of music in a work you have produced without receiving proper permission or providing appropriate citation as also considered as plagiarism. Okay, so it doesn't only apply to text, but it's also applicable to images, videos, and music. Okay, so these are plagiarisms as well. So copying media, especially images, from other websites to paste into your own papers or website. Okay, usually you will have problem if the owner of the images or media knows that you are making money out of that. Sometimes if you are not making money from it, they might not complain. Okay, but if they realize that you are making money from please, everybody switch off your microphone. There's some noise in the background. Okay, so realize that if you copy, you need to always provide the source. Okay? You have to provide the source. However, if you go to Google and then you type in public domain images, you'll find images that are free. You will find images that are free. Just a moment, let me mute those who are making noise in the background. Please, there is noise in the background. Whoever, you need to mute your microphone, please. Lucretia, please mute your microphone. Okay, and then Ma'am Rose, mute your microphone as well. Ma'am Rose, mute your microphone as well. Lucretia, please mute your microphone. Please, everybody, make sure your microphone is muted because it's giving some feedback in the background. Please do that for us. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let me go back to the presentation. Okay, so what we are saying here is that uh, we can get free images if you type in Google public domain images. You will find free images that you can use. Okay. All right. Number two, making a video using footage from others' videos or using copyrighted music as part of the soundtrack. Okay. I've experienced this many times. Okay, there are times I make some recording on Facebook, and then I use music from YouTube as background, and then when I use Facebook will mute my video and tell me that that music is copyrighted. Okay, so my own video will be muted. Okay, actually those videos are not for money, just recording for education, but still my videos are muted because I use somebody's music in the background. All right, so you have to take note of this. Okay, performing another person's copyrighted music. Okay, so it's considered as plagiarism as well, and composing a piece of music that borrows heavily, okay, from another composition. Okay, so take note of all this. Now, how to check plagiarism? Okay, I have talked about this. I talked about this a while ago, so I'm just going to throw more light into it so that you know exactly what to do. Okay. All right, so number one, keep track of all your sources. Okay, so every material you are using in your paper, you have to constantly copy and paste the source of the information or the reference. Okay, so while you are doing research and taking notes uh, for your paper, make sure to record, okay, the source of each piece of information you use. Okay, so you need to record the source of all information. So one way that students commit plagiarism, it's not because they want to commit, but because they forget, okay, where they got the information from, simply because they did not write it down, or they did not copy and paste, or they did not report where they got that information from. So they compile a lot of information without tracking the source of the information. And then after they are done, they forget about where they got the information from. Okay, so you can easily avoid this pitfall by keeping your notes organized and compiling a list of citations as you go. Okay, so just keep your things organized and then compile all the information that you are using. Okay, so keep track of every source you consult, okay, which includes books, journals, also website, journal, magazines, and videos, and so on and so forth. So you have to keep track of all these things as you do your work. Okay, one that I use is I use OneNote. It's awesome, it's excellent. Okay, I use OneNote to keep track of my sources. Okay, so I'm working in Microsoft Word, but all my references, I'm keeping them in OneNote because it organizes everything nicely. Okay, so keep track of all your sources with OneNote. You can try and see. Okay, so open OneNote, copy paste all your sources as you work. Okay, you can also color code all known and unknown references for easy fixing. All right, so I'm going to open OneNote and then I want to show you how I use this to keep track of all my sources And then you can also, maybe if you like, it's just a suggestion, you can also try using it and see. Perhaps it will serve a good purpose for you. Okay, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to maybe my computer. Let me see. Okay, and I'm going to open OneNote here. Okay, it's opening, so just a moment. Okay, so OneNote is really good. There are a couple of ways that you can do this, okay? But what I'm more experienced with, that is what I'm sharing with you. All right, there are several ways you can do it. There are softwares that you can use for example, Mendeley. Okay, but for Mendeley, you have to study how the whole thing works. Okay, yeah, but if you are a simple guy who want to get things done in a very easy way, that is something you can just use OneNote to get things done. Okay, let me see if you can still see my OneNote here. Okay, so if you can see my OneNote, I'm going to scroll up here. Okay, if you can see here, this is one of the work the papers I worked on. So this is Angela. All the extra references, they are all here. Okay, like this. And then over here, uh, this is another one. Okay, this is Mark 2020 introduction. All the references here. This is the methodology. Is here. And then if you check here, okay, this is another references that I did. And over here, the references for Vicent. Okay, so it really keeps everything very, very well organized. Okay, and then if you check on the left, the right hand side here, okay, you can see some other references which are here in the OneNote. For example, if I click here, this will pop up for Rachel. This is the reference from Jason for Jason. Okay, this is the references for strategic planning. These are the references for COVID. This is for attorney. This is another COVID study. This is for cultural promotion. This is for exam. This is for biopreservatives. This is for June. Another one here. And this is another one there. And then another one there. And so on and so forth. So I have lot of references which are perfectly arranged, so well arranged here in OneNote. So usually when I'm working, okay, I create a separate notebook for every project I'm working on. Okay, some of them here, they are deleted already. Yeah, but I work here, all the reference, I copy them, I paste them. And this is what I do. For example, Let me show you something here. For example, if I'm working on this paper, let me go back here. If I'm working on this paper, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Okay, assuming I'm working on this paper, okay? So if I have the full reference of this, okay, I'm going to call this one green. Okay, I'm just going to call this. Okay, so green here means that the full reference here is in my OneNote. Okay, the full reference here is in my OneNote. Okay, so this one, maybe I haven't found the full reference of this yet. So I'm going to code it red. So red here means that it's not in my OneNote yet. So while I am preparing my whole paper, I color code all the references. Green means it's in my OneNote already. Red means that it's not there. You need to look for it. Okay, so that is how I do it. So at the end of the day, I will know which references in OneNote already and which references are not yet in my OneNote. Okay, so I will just color code everything, and then when I'm done, I will just look at all the red color code and then look for the references from Google Scholar, which is easy to do. I'll show you how to do it later. Yeah, but that is one of the simplest way you can use OneNote to organize your references as you work. That's a very simple way of doing that without any kind of problem or difficulty or have to strain your mind to understand how to do it and so on and so forth. Okay, so another way to do this is to track your references using Google Scholar, which is also a very simple way to do it. Okay, for example, you open Google Scholar and then type in the name of the author and the year. Okay, so you may add a word or phrase from the work you want to cite. Okay, so you scroll to find the title you want to reference, and then you click on cite. So when you click on cite, you choose the reference style you want. If you want APA, or you want Harvard, or you want Vancouver, or you want MLA, whichever reference style you want, you just choose it, okay? So let me show you how you can do that. Then when that is done, just copy paste in your reference list in the OneNote. Okay, so for example, I'm going to go back again to this paper. Okay, let's assume that, for example, I color coded this as red because initially I couldn't find the source or the full reference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go to Google Scholar to look for the full reference. Okay, so now let's go to Google Scholar and then let's try to find how we can do this. Okay, let's find how we can get it done in Google Scholar. Okay, so I'm going to go into Google Scholar here. Okay, so we are here in Google Scholar. And then we are going to look for the reference, and we are going to get it. Okay, so what we are looking for is Wilson 2015. Okay, so let's search for it. So we copy pasted Wilson 2015. But now we can see here, there are so many Wilsons over here. Okay, some Wilson are working on global surgery. Some are working on infectious disease. Some are working on durable rate response and so on and so forth. So we have to be very specific in order to find out the right information we are looking for. So what we can do here is that let's assume that this Wilson, his paper or his reference is about, let's call it uh, teaching strategies, okay? So we will just add teaching strategies, okay? Just to make the search more unique, okay? So that we can strain out all those information that we don't need. Okay, so now then we can see we have Wilson here, PH Wilson 2015, which is about teachers' uses of a learning strategy or trajectory in student-centered. So that is the information we are looking for. So now we go to cite. Okay, as you can see here, we click on cite. So when we click on cite, we are going to find this over here. Okay, we have MLA, APO, HAPA, Chicago, Harvard, Vancouver. These are the most popular referencing styles. Okay, about 5 or 6 of them. Okay, so if we are using the APA style, we are going to copy paste this. Okay, and then when we copy paste, we are going to send it straight into our OneNote and put it there waiting for us. And then you now color code in your paper is green, meaning that you have the source in your OneNote already. So after everything is done, then you can select the whole paper and then change everything to black, meaning that everything is completed. Okay, so that's how easy you can do this without any struggle, anything like that. Okay, the next thing to do to check plagiarism, okay, is to quote and paraphrase. Quote and paraphrase. Okay, so while writing your paper, if you want to share an idea or a piece of information, okay, from a source, you must either paraphrase or quote the original text. Okay, you must paraphrase or you must quote the original text. Very important. Okay, all right, so quoting means copying a piece of text word for word. Okay, and then the copied text must be introduced in a word or enclosed in quotation marks and correctly attributing to the original author. Okay, so if two cows, like you can see the illustration here. Okay, so cow A is saying, I just said that use your own words. Okay, I just said I use your own words. Okay, and then this cow said moo. Moo means it's my own words. Okay, all right, moo means my own word. Don't use somebody's words. Okay, just use your own words. Okay, that is what paraphrasing is all about. Now let's look at how to quote. Okay, introducing a quote. So each time you include a quote in your paper, Okay, you must introduce it. Okay, so this shows the reader why you are including the code and how it fits into your argument. Okay, why you are using the codes and how it fits into your argument. So there are three main ways to introduce the code. Okay, now number one, you can introduce, you can use introductory sentence. So in here, you can introduce the code uh, with a full sentence followed by a colon. Okay, with a full sentence followed by a colon. Okay, for example, in the Philippines, a recent poll shows that women contribute more to the upkeep of families than men. Then the colon comes. After that, then the quote begins. Women are the breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Loretta, 2018. Okay, so you begin with a recent poll. Okay, you put it in your own words. Then after that, the colon comes. Then the quotation begins. After that, the author and year. Okay, so this is one way to present a quote in your paper. Okay, when you do it like this, there's no way the plagiarism detector will show that, look, you are plagiarizing. Okay, so this is one way. Okay, so you can use uh, introductory signal phrase. Okay, using a signal phrase means that uh, you mention the author or the source, okay, but does not form a full sentence. In this case, you follow the phrase with a comma instead of a colon. Okay, you follow the phrase with a comma instead of a colon. So it's going to look like this. According to Loretta 2018, comma, then the quote begins. Women engage as breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Okay, so you can put it in that. So according to Loretta 2018, comma, then the column, the quotation begins. Women engage. So even this one, okay, it's paraphrased. Okay, this is paraphrased. It's not the same quote from Loretta. Okay, this is paraphrased as well. But the idea is from Loretta. So we have to always attribute it to her, whether we paraphrase or not paraphrase. But the best thing is to paraphrase all the time. Okay, so the introductory phrase can also use a dialogue verb such as argues, claims, or explains. Okay, sometimes using according to becomes too much or too many in your paper. So you can use other something like argues, claims, explain, expound, and so on and so forth. Okay, all right. So for example, you can uh, look at this one here. Loretta states, comma, and then the quotation begins. Women are breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Loretta states, comma, women are the breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Okay, so you also notice here that it's been paraphrased again. So in each case, it's been paraphrased. But again, like I said, the idea is still from Loretta. Okay, so this is one way you can avoid plagiarism. This is one way you can avoid plagiarism in your work. Okay, now see here, integrated into your own sentence. Okay, so the idea can as well be integrated into your sentence. So if you want to quote a phrase that doesn't form a full sentence, then you can embed it into a sentence of your own. For example, a recent poll suggests that women are the breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Okay, Loretta 2018. A recent poll suggests that now here we have no comma. Okay, there is no comma here. Okay, but the quotation marks are still there. Okay, so this becomes an integral part of the entire sentence that you are trying to present. Okay, so now citing a quote. So all direct quotes and paraphrase ideas must include citation of the original source. Okay, so like I said, whether you are paraphrasing or you're not paraphrasing, you have to provide the source of the information. Okay, so the way you cite a source depends on the citation style. So earlier I mentioned APA, MLA, Vancouver, Harvard. Okay, and then the rest. There are about 5 major referencing styles. Okay, so note here that the way you cite a source depends on the citation style, because many citation styles use in-text citation in parentheses directly uh, after the quote, while others require you to use footnotes. Okay, so there are some journals, they will want you to use the in-text citation. There are some other journal, they will want you to just put a number inside and then provide a footnote at the base of the paper. Okay. However, for most journals, they want the in-text citation. Usually for writing theses, for some institutions, from my experience in working with several universities, for some institutions, they will prefer using footnotes in dissertation writing. Okay, however, when it comes to paper writing, most journals will like to use in-text citation. Okay, so the difference can be subtle, maybe small. So make sure you know the rules. Okay, the rules of the style you are using, and then be consistent. Okay, so consistency is very important. So make sure that you will become very, very consistent throughout your entire paper regarding the style you use. Don't mix two citation styles together, because that will make your paper rejected. Okay. Now let's look at when you quote. So in academic papers, let's say you should avoid relying too heavily on quotes. Okay. Usually it's not advisable to use too many quotes. It's better to use more paraphrasing than using too many quotes. Okay? All right, so you use paraphrasing and synthesis. Okay, so when you want to refer to information or ideas from a source, it's often best to paraphrase, which means putting the words, the passage in your own words. Okay, so that's the best advice. It's always the best advice. Okay, so this shows that you have fully understood the text and ensures your own voice is dominant. Okay, so paraphrasing means that you truly understand the text you are presenting. Okay, so if you are using too many quotes, it means that you don't really understand the text. Okay, so every time you paraphrase, it simply means that, look, I understand it, and this is how I truly understand the information I'm presenting. So you need to take note of that. Okay, so when focusing on language, so if you want to comment how the author uses language, for example, in papers regarding literature, linguistics, communication and media, it is necessary to quote so that the reader can see, okay, the exact passage you are referring to. So this is an assumption, okay? This is an assumption. If your major is in literature or linguistics or communication or media, okay, there are times you need to comment on some information or comment on some quote, okay. And the truth is that you can comment on something unless you quote that particular thing. Okay, so in that case, you have no option. You always need to quote first before you provide your comment or your insight into the quote. Okay, so this is different from other field like the physical sciences or the agricultural sciences and so on and so forth. For example, you are writing a paper about the novels of a modernist author. Okay, so in this case, you will have to quote frequently from the novels in order to analyze their language. Okay, and then the language and style. I remember one time when I was in Thailand, I had one friend who was an English teacher. Okay, and then usually her papers were about linguistics. Okay, so uh, she writes paper by analyzing text. There is something called move analysis. Okay, move analysis has to do with analyzing text. Okay, analyzing grammar, analyzing structure, and so on and so forth. Okay, so she analyzes different components of research papers. Sometimes she analyzes abstract, the methodology, the conclusions, and so on and so forth. And what she does is sometimes she has like 60 abstract from different corpora or from different fields. And then she will bring them to me. And then I will need to analyze them, okay, separate them into different components, into the introduction, into the purpose, into the method, the results, and the conclusion. Because the ideal standard abstract is supposed to have about 5 different components. Okay, even though sometimes it has got 4 components. But if we are talking about standard abstract, it should always have 5 components. It should have an introduction, it should have a purpose, it should have a method, it should have results and conclusion. Okay, so I will help her to analyze the papers. Okay, and then in her writing, in analyzing different parts of the book, you have no option than to quote. Okay, because if you don't quote, there is no way you can analyze it. So she had to quote most of the time. Okay, so that is an exception. Okay, so if your field has to do with any of these, then quoting is indispensable. Okay, something you really have to do because until you quote, you can analyze your text. Okay, now let's see giving evidence. When you are giving evidence, to convince the reader of your argument, interpretation, or position on a topic, it's often helpful to include a quote, okay, that support your point. Okay, this is actually not applicable to it's not only applicable to writing paper, yeah, but in every argument, okay, or argumentative essays. I mean, you have to quote in order to agree or disagree with a point. Okay, so you can't refute or you can't agree unless you quote. Okay, so if you are providing evidence, you have to write down the evidence. You have to quote the evidence, and then you provide your insight about the evidence. Okay, so in that case, you may not even have to paraphrase. You just have to provide direct quotation, word for word. But always understand There are three ways you can quote. If you forget, go back to the handout and check it out. Okay, so quote from primary sources, for example, our interview transcript or historical document, especially for as evidence. Okay, so quoting, especially in qualitative studies, is essential. Okay, if you are doing a focus group discussion or you are doing interviews, okay, you are doing interviews. In your discussion, you always need to quote what the people said. After that, you provide your insight into what they said. Okay, so you can't just give your insight without quoting at all. Okay, so quoting a lot is exclusive for most qualitative writers. Okay, take note of that. It's very important. Without quoting what your participants say, your explanation or your interpretation will not make sense at all. Okay, so this is something you need to take note. Okay, so for example, you are working on a paper about the causes of a historical event. Okay, and you have studied document and letters written at that time. Okay, so you can quote from these sources as evidence in support of your argument. Okay, this is very, very clear. So if you don't quote the source, then you have no evidence at all, and your argument will be invalid because there is no evidence. All right, so take note of this. So when presenting an author's position or definition, you also need to quote as well. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, so when you are referring to a secondary source, such as scholarly books or scholarly journals, okay, the occasional concise quote can be used to present the author's theories, okay, or argument or ideas. Okay, so you can quote to show that your point is supported by an authority, okay, on the topic, or to take a position that you agree or disagree with. Okay, so this is particularly unique for writing the discussion, even for quantitative papers. Okay, in the discussion, there are three levels. Okay, so in the last level, you need to support or disagree with the findings by supporting it with findings from other researchers. But in this particular situation, you can paraphrase, which is okay. Okay. For example, this finding is supported by blah blah blah. Okay. In their research, they found that blah 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 blah. So you are saying or quoting what their research reported. Okay. But this time you are using your own words. You're using your own words. However, because it's their findings, okay, you need to quote it, okay, in a way to present your point or to present your case. Okay, so try to put others' ideas, in your own words, okay, when possible. Okay, but if a passage does a great job, okay, at expressing, explaining, or defining something, it should be very, very difficult to paraphrase without changing the meaning, okay, or losing the impact it could be worth quoting down. Okay, for example, there is a popular quote, okay, let me say that early to rise and not early to burn, early to rise. Okay, there is no other way you can put it. You have to quote it directly. Okay, then you provide your insight into that. Okay, or let's say there's a quote, a quotation, or a saying. The only bird catches the worm. Okay, there is no better way you can explain this than to quote. Okay, so you quote it as it is, because if you try to quote it in another way, it will not make sense anymore. So in this case, you just have to quote it just as it is. Okay, just as it is. Okay. Now, example. your interpretation of survey data supported by a well-known theory, okay? A well-known theory on your topic, okay? Okay, so you find a sentence that perfectly sums up the theory. So you quote the author before elaborating, okay, on your understanding, okay, of the theory. So if you can see this image here, okay, so we have two people, okay, it looks like that. The first image looks very messy, not arranged, okay, and then maybe you are quoting this, okay, you are quoting this, okay, you have to quote it just as it is, okay. If you just write it like this, people will not get what you mean. So you quote it like this first. After that, then you explain it to look like this. Okay, so quote first like this, and then explain it to mean like that. If not, if you just explain like this without quoting this first, your reader will not understand what you are trying to put across. Okay, so you quote first and then you support it with your explanation. Okay, so their theories, they always need to be quoted. Okay, you can explain it in any way. Okay, so you just quote it as it is, and then you explain it. Okay, but don't forget, quotes must be quotes. Okay, now the question is, how many quotes should I use? Okay, how many quotes should I use in my paper? Okay, so the amount of quotes you should include depends on your subject of study and then the topic. Okay, so in scientific subject, the information itself is more important, okay, than how it was expressed. So quotes should generally be kept at minimum. Let's say that your field is chemistry, or your field is agriculture, or your field is biology or engineering. You don't need so much quotes, okay, in all these fields. However, that is different, okay? In the arts and humanities, well-chosen quotes are very essential for a good paper. Okay, so let's know this, the differences here. So if you are in the social sciences, you in the humanities, then quotes are very important. So in social sciences, the amount of quote you use depends partly on whether you are doing qualitative or quantitative study. So I mentioned this earlier. If you are dealing with numbers and statistics, okay, then you shouldn't include many quotes. But if you are dealing mainly with words, okay, you will need to quote, okay, from the data. I mentioned earlier that if you are in qualitative study, okay, you always need to do a lot of quotes. Now, this is the general rule. Okay, so it is recommended that you use up to 5 to 10 quotes per paper only. Only 5 to 10 quotes, not more than that. Okay, number 3, cite the source. Okay, the original source. So every time you quote or paraphrase, you must include, okay, an in-text citation, okay, that identifies the original author. Okay, so each in-text citation must correspond to a full reference in a reference list of bibliography at the end of your paper. Okay, I've had this kind of experience many times. Even I think about 2 weeks ago, one of the papers I was working on, the author has so many references in the text, but the reference in the text is different from the reference list. I mean, the reference list is different. The in-text reference is also different. Okay, so if you present a paper like that, it's going to be rejected. So make sure that the reference the in-text reference is always the same as what you have in the reference list. This is very important. If you become lazy about that, then your paper is going to be rejected. Okay, for these details, exactly where the information came from, allowing your readers to locate the source for themselves. Okay, there are some of your readers, they will want to read further. However, if you don't provide the source, then how do they read further? Okay. The next is to use plagiarism checker. Okay, a while ago I talked about this. So just to elaborate a little more. So a plagiarism checker scans the document, compares to a huge database of publications, right? And highlight passages that are overly similar to other texts. Okay, so plagiarism is also called similarity index. Okay, so the level of similarity. So you can use plagiarism checker yourself before submitting your paper. This is highly recommended that before you submit your paper, make sure plagiarism is checked, because one of the first things that is done on your paper, even before they decide to read, is to check the plagiarism. Okay, so if plagiarism is high, your paper will not be accepted. Just take note. So this allows you to identify any part, okay, where you've forgotten a citation, left a quotation mark, or included a paraphrase that's so close, okay, to the original. So plagiarism will help you to eliminate, plagiarism checking will help you to eliminate any kind of thing which is not really good for publication. Okay, then you can follow the steps above to easily fix the instances of potential plagiarism. Okay, now let's talk about long quotation. Long quotation. So direct quotation longer than 40 words should be in a free block of typewritten words, okay, or lines, and omit quotation marks. So if any place you have words from a particular author which are more than 40 words, you have to put them in a block, okay? You have to put them in a block with typewritten lines, with typewritten lines. So you should take note of this. So start the quotation on a new line, indent 5 spaces, okay, from the left margin, okay? So let's assume that this is your margin. So if you are quoting something which is more than 40, then you need to block it in, okay, in typewritten word letters. Okay, take note of this. Okay, in that way, they will not check it out as plagiarism. Okay, so type the entire quotation on a new margin, okay, and indent the first line of any subsequent paragraph within the quotation 5 spaces from the new margin, and then make sure to maintain the spacing, double spacing throughout. So the parenthetical citation, okay, should come uh, after the closing punctuation mark. Okay, I know those of you have been writing theses or dissertation. This is familiar to you, whereby you have to make something a block, okay, indented within, because you are using a lot of stuff from one author or the other author. Okay, now plagiarism checker. These are some of them which you can use. Okay, so we have here detector small SEO tools. Okay, it is a free checker which you can check about 1,000 words per check-in. We have duplicate checker. We have plagiarism.net. We have Kittens. We have EasyBib. We have PlugScan. we have Grammarly, we have plagiarism, and then we have scribble. Okay, we have also Turnitin. Okay, you can check out that as well. Turnitin is very good. Okay, so I have showed you this already. I have showed you this already, plagiarism.net. Okay, so you can check it out. Now let's talk about paraphrasing. Paraphrasing. Okay, if you look at this image here, okay, parrot A is saying he agreed. Parrot B is saying yes. Okay, so this is paraphrasing. They all mean the same thing, but written in different ways. So paraphrasing is presenting ideas and information in your own words, okay, and acknowledging where they came from. Okay, take note of this. By using your own words, you demonstrate your understanding and your ability to convey the information. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, every time you paraphrase, it means that you really understand the text you are working on. Now let's look at steps to paraphrasing. Okay, text to paraphrasing. Number one, read the original text, okay, until you really understand it. Read the original text until you really understand it, okay? And then number two, take notes down the key concept, okay? Note the key concept, okay? And then write down your own version of the text without looking at the original text, okay? All right, so now let's look at the illustration here. What are other words for rewording? Okay, what are other words for rewording? And then he's saying rephrasing, paraphrasing, restating, recasting, translating, version, relax, rendering, rendition. Okay, so these are paraphrasing words for the word rewording. Okay, so now you are going to write it in your own words. Right? And number four, compare your paraphrase text, okay, and make adjustment to ensure that it does not remain too familiar or similar. So what it means here is that after you are done paraphrasing, you need to copy and check in the plagiarism detector to make sure that, look, it doesn't look plagiarized anymore. Okay, now let's look at the illustration in this image here. And the doctor is saying, you have an important rhinitis with cephalgia and rhinorrhea. Okay, and then he's thinking, what do you mean? Okay, and then the doctor said, you have bad cold and headache and runny nose. Okay, so this is a paraphrase of this. Okay, so say it, this is medical word. Say it in your own words. This is how to present it in your own words. Now, number five, edit your words so it is written in academic manner and it flows with the rest of your assignment. Okay, and then make sure you have included a citation. Okay, after the paraphrasing, you have to include the citation as well. Very important. Okay. Now tips for paraphrasing. Okay, so change the voice of the text. So if it's a passive voice, you can change it into an active and vice versa. Okay, so by changing the voice of the text, okay, active to passive or passive to active, okay, you can alter the general structure, okay, of your paraphrase and put it into your own words. Now let's look at this example here. Okay, now this is the original text, which is in a passive voice, which says that uptake of 300 cc injected regorafenib was introduced by 1/3 for each 0.5 of the increased hypoxia in the thyroid organ. Okay, now to paraphrase, it goes like this. Each 0.5 increase in hypoxia, okay, in the thyroid organ reduce uptake of 300 cc injected regorafenib by 1/3. So this is paraphrasing using by changing the voice, okay? But even in here, you still need to work on it a little more because in this way, you still find plagiarism because the words are still the same. It's only the voice which has changed, okay? So words like increase can be changed, okay? Words like increase can be changed, reduce can be changed, uptake can be changed, okay? Trimmed can be changed. You could change all these words and put them in your own words or in another words. Okay, and in that case, plagiarism will be removed completely. Okay, now let's look at something here. You can use thesaurus to find words which are similar or related words. Okay, so Microsoft Word is very good at doing this. Okay, you can have synonyms that you can use. So a thesaurus can be an excellent resource for finding things that are synonymous or synonymous with or similar to those in original text, especially for non-native English speakers. Okay, however, you need to be careful not to use terms that you do not fully understand. Okay, or that might not make sense in the context of your paper. Sometimes if you're not careful, you can use words which can change the meaning of the sentence completely. And this is something you need to do well to avoid. Okay, that any new word that you use need not change the meaning, okay, of your sentence or the paragraph you're trying to present. All right, now let's look at some words here. So we have key words in the questions. Okay, paraphrasing, you can say similar words in recording. Okay, we have work is physically damaging. In paraphrasing, you can say on your feet all day, lifting and carrying. Okay, follow orders. Paraphrasing, you can say when someone tells you to do something. Okay, immediately, paraphrasing can be straight away. Industrial building, paraphrasing can be warehouses or storehouses. Refreshing, paraphrasing can be leisure. Nearly everyone, most people. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 consecutive days. Okay, a waste of funds, a poor use of resources. Okay, politics, only a minority would use it. So you can look for synonymous expressions and words, okay, which is easy to do, especially if you're using Microsoft Word. It's easy to use, okay? Now let's look at something here. Okay, including introductory phrase with signaling terms. Okay, so signaling terms, example, they write, Kim notes that he believes that help smoothly introduce the work of other studies, okay, and let the reader know your own words, know where your own words end, your own ideas or words end, okay, and where the cited information begins. Okay, for example, in this examples here, okay, this is the direct quote. Okay, um, it goes like this: as Miller 2012 notes, okay, uptake of 300 cc injected regorafenib was introduced by was reduced by 1/3 for each 0.5 of increased hypoxia in the thyroid organ. Okay, so this is a direct quote. Now, paraphrasing, it will look like that. Okay, in his 2012 study, Miller discusses recent innovations in interferon drugs. Okay, so this is the introductory phrase or introductory sentence. He writes that, okay, he writes that increasing levels of tumor hypoxia significantly reduce the uptake of regorafenib. Okay, so this is paraphrased. Okay, paraphrased. Okay, so you see here that the 0.5% and all those things are removed. Okay, but introduce significant reduction. Okay, and then talks about interferon drugs. Okay, instead of mentioning injected regorafenib. Okay, so he gives another expression to mean the same thing. Okay, and there is no way that if you check this and this, you will find any kind of call it what do you call it, plagiarism. You find any kind of plagiarism. Okay, so this is how you can do this, and then it will be super easy. Okay, now use specific signaling verbs, okay, to show your position. Now you can use some introductory verbs. For example, authors also show their position regarding the original content by using verbs, okay, that are neutral, okay, that show argument or that show disagreement, show agreement or disagreement. Okay, so a relative pronoun that if is used in many instances. Now let's look at the examples down here. Now we have neutral position. We have belief. In agreement, you can say show or neglect, which is disagreement with the author. Okay, so in this case here, Miller 2003 believes that. Okay, so in agreement, you will not say believe, so you say that you use the word show. Okay, so Brooks 1994 showed how nitrogen, okay, was essential to the development of life, then continues blah blah blah. Okay, in this example here, okay, conclude could be used, observe could be used, propose could be used. Okay, so Miller conclude that, Miller observed that, Miller proposes that, Miller argues that, Miller writes that. Okay, so these are neutral positions. Okay, so in agreement, you could also say that, look, demonstrate, it is evidence, proof, confirm, like that. So if you disagree, you say disregard, overlook, pay little or no attention, and so on and so forth. Okay, so you can play with words. Okay, so writing paper, especially with dealing with plagiarism, is just a matter of playing with words. So one thing you can do is to build your vocabulary of verbs. Okay, if you build your vocabulary of verbs, you just play with words, and then the plagiarism is no more. It's all gone. Okay, now the next thing here, merge multiple sentences, okay, of the source text into one or two sentence paraphrase. Okay, so one major reason to paraphrase, okay, is to capture main idea, okay, of the original text without using your own, without using so many words. Okay, so discuss sentences. Okay, by bringing all kinds of sentences or paragraphs together, capturing them together to produce one particular sentence. So use only one sentence or two in your paraphrase to capture the main idea, even if the original, even if the original is an entire paragraph. Okay. Okay. So these are some examples of some more phrases. You can check them out. Okay. So the keywords in question, you can read through this and then you can check them out. Okay. Now let's look at tips for paraphrasing. Tips for paraphrasing. Okay. Number one. Okay. Start your first sentence at a different point. Okay, from the original source. For example, if the sentence you want to paraphrase is active, begin with passive. Okay, if the sentence you want to paraphrase is passive, you begin your own sentence as active. Okay, so don't begin on the same note, okay, as the sentence you want to paraphrase. Get this very clearly. Number two, use synonyms all the time. Use synonyms. Number three, change the form of words. Okay, change the form of words. And what that means is that, okay, if they are active verbs, you can change them into gerunds, okay? Or you can make them present continuous words, okay? So, if they are past tense, you can make them present tense, and so on and so forth. So you can just change the forms of the words. And then number four, you can change the sentence structure. Change the sentence structure. You can bring the end of the sentence first, and then at the middle of the sentence to the beginning, and so on and so forth. So rearrange the sentence, but make sure you don't change the meaning of the sentence. That is very important. Make sure you don't change the meaning of the sentence. Okay, so this is an example of paraphrasing. Okay, now let's look at that. So students frequently overuse direct quotation in taking notes. Okay, and as a rule, they overuse quotations. Okay, in the final paper, probably only 10% of your final manuscript should appear as direct quoted matter. Therefore, you should strive to limit the amount of exact transcribing of source materials while taking notes. Okay, and then the reference will follow. Okay, now in paraphrasing, it will look like that. In recent research, in research papers, students often quote excessively, failing to keep uh, quoted material down to a desirable level. Since the problem usually originates during note-taking, it is essential to minimize the material recorded verbatim. Okay, so you can see this here and how it has been paraphrased. Okay, many things have been replaced and then it looks simpler. Okay, so it's just a matter of trying to play with words. Okay, so now let's try to analyze this a little more here. Okay, now if we check this, we'll notice over here, now the 10% here is replaced with desirable level. It's replaced with desirable level. Okay, we have here, students frequently overuse. Okay, and then over here we see often quote excessively. Often quotes excessively. Okay, and over here we have therefore you should strive to limit the amount of exact transcribing. Okay, then we have, it is essential to minimize the material recorded verbatim. Okay, so you see that in this scenario, the words have been changed completely. The structure has been changed. Okay, and then there is an introduction here in recent papers. Okay, so this is one thing we have to all take note of. Okay, if you want to reduce plagiarism, then you will need to seriously take note of this. Okay, you have to seriously take note of this. So on this note, we are going to end our discussion. We are going to end our presentation here, and then let's get questions. Let's get questions. Do you have questions about plagiarism? You ask, okay, any question you have about plagiarism, okay? Okay, any questions, any clarifications, or you want to add something? Everything is welcome, please. Hello, Sir Luke.
Sir.
Yeah, any
Question. Uh, Grammarly is also a plagiarism checker. Uh, and we have a subscription for Turnitin. Uh, from my experience,
okay.
what is sometimes the similarity check is not reliable. Parang it gives a false positive. Goal.
Hmm.
Uh, uh, so, but it just have this sense that the paper is plagiarized, and yet the the similarity check is less than 10%. And another question, sir, is what is an acceptable exclusion? What is your practice as far as exclusion is concerned? Like, is it not more than 50 words or 1%, 2%? Because that's the setting in Turnitin. Eh.
Yeah, from our experience, before we're using the free plagiarism checker. Okay, and most of the time, we submit the paper and then so there is some issue with plagiarism. Okay, but after we started using the premium account, we've not really had so much problem with plagiarism. Okay, but the general advice is like this: if you keep your plagiarism to as less than 10%, the possibility of surviving uh, the plagiarism check for the journal will be very high. Okay, because the paid version is very intense when it comes to checking the plagiarism, either for Turnitin or for Grammarly or for Scribble or whichever version you are using. Just make sure that you keep your plagiarism to less than 10%. Okay, if possible, even 5%. So in that case, if any other software is used and then there is incident of plagiarism, it will not go beyond 15%. And like I mentioned, for most journals, plagiarism should not exceed 15% for most journals. There are some that are very strict, up to 5%. On average, it's around 15%. Okay, so if you can keep your plagiarism between 10 to 15%, then you will survive plagiarism check. Okay, like that. And then another experience I have found is that if you submit your paper and then the journal likes your paper, even if they find plagiarism, they will just ask you, they will highlight the areas with plagiarism, and then they will ask you to fix that area and resubmit the paper again. Okay, I've had instances whereby the plagiarism was even up to 30%. But because they like the paper, they just recommended you fix these plagiarism areas and resubmit again. Okay, so because they like the paper. So that's one thing we have to know. Okay, as much as we want to fix the plagiarism, we have to make sure that the overall paper is so good. Okay, so that is one thing to look. Okay, any other questions or clarity? Any other questions or clarification? Any other questions or clarifications?
Clarification, sir.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's about paraphrasing. So in paraphrasing, sir, it's necessary to change all the words from the original text to avoid perfectly the plagiarism.
Okay, it's not necessarily changing all the words, okay, but changing the key verbs, okay? And then if they are nouns that you can express them in another way, you have to do so. But it's a comprehensive thing. Number one, I said, if the sentence you want to paraphrase is active, change it to passive. Number two, you need to change the sentence structure by rearranging the predicate side, okay, of the sentence, and then the noun aspect of the sentence. So you have to rearrange the part, and then when that is done, you just have to change the main verbs and then the key concepts, okay, that are found in the sentence. So you have to combine these three things in order to completely eliminate the plagiarism. So if you change just the words, then the structure, the word is not changed, there will still be the plagiarism issue. There will still be. So you have to mix all these three approaches when you want to fix the plagiarism issue.
True.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other question or concern?
I just want, may I share?
Okay, can share some.
Yes, sir. I just want to concur with your statement because, as I've said, we have a Turnitin subscription, and that's what we found out. The Turnitin apps, if you change the vocabulary, the word change word, the software would still be able to detect the source.
Yes.
Because I have that experience, like classroom, they change the word classroom or whatever into another word. We were able, the software, when we subjected that to Turnitin check, plagiarism check, the software detected the source. So yeah, I agree. You have to change the structure of the sentence.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Sir Luke. Okay, so that is that confirmation. Any more clarification or any uh, contribution again? Okay, so if there are no more clarification or contribution, we are going to take our lunch break now. Okay, so we are going to, it's now 11:30 on my laptop. Okay, so we are going to come back around 12, let's say 12:40. Okay, we'll be back around 12:40. We still have three presentations to finish, okay? So we are going to work on the three presentations in the afternoon. All right, so we are going to take our break now. You can log out and log in again, it's up to you. but my laptop will be still on, so you can log in anytime. Or if you want to leave your system on, it's up to you. Okay, so let's have our lunch break now. We come back around 12:40. Okay, so we'll start exactly at 12:40. Okay, so good afternoon, and then enjoy your lunch. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon.
See you this afternoon, sir.
Thank you, sir. See you this afternoon.
Thank you, sir. See you.
You all learn a lot from this. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen, my slides again, and then we'll get started. A lot of people are not in yet. Maybe more than around 10 are not in yet. But we have to begin because uh, we have to follow our time. Okay. So may I ask everybody to switch off your microphones to avoid feedback in the background. Okay, so like I mentioned, we are looking at preparing the journal format of your paper. Okay, so we are going to look at a general overview. Then after that, we will narrow it down because no two journals have got one particular style. Okay, usually there are differences depending on the journal. Okay, so let's begin with this. Okay, those of you who have submitted or been able to publish one or two papers, you might be familiar with this, okay? So the whole research paper, if we are going to put it into a picture, will look like a fish, okay? So it's got a head, and then it's got a body, and it's got a tail. Okay. So in the head, we have the title, we have the abstract, and then we have the keywords. Okay. And then the body is actually what we call the image. Okay. And then in the image, you have the introduction, the method, the results, and then end discussion. Okay. Some journals do not use the image style because in some journal, you are going to include the literature review, okay? And then some journals, you also need to include the theoretical framework and so on and so forth. Okay, in some journals, the theoretical framework is part of the introduction, and then the literature review is also part of the introduction. But some other journals, they are separated. So it depends on the style of the journal. But generally speaking, uh, more than 70% of journals follow this particular style. Okay, follow this style. So at the latter end, we have the conclusion, acknowledgement, references, and supplementary data. Okay, this is also journal specific in the sense that some journals, they don't include acknowledgement, and then they don't include supplementary data. However, for some journals, all these are required. Okay, so it depends on the journal. That's why when you are submitting your paper for publication, you have to check the author guideline to make sure that you are doing the right thing. Okay, now looking at the head, this is what we can say. make them easy for indexing. Okay, make them easy for indexing and searching, which means that your title, abstract, and keywords need to be informative, attractive, and effective. Okay, when somebody reads your title, he should be attracted to move on to read the abstract. And then when a person reads the abstract, he should be attracted to read the entire body of the paper. And then when we talk about the main text, remember, journal space is not unlimited. Okay, so your reader has no time. That's one thing you have to know. So you have to make your article concise as possible. Okay, make it concise as possible. Okay, and then because when I'm reading an article, I don't have time to read 40 pages. So every information which is not necessary, you need to remove them. And then make your article as concise as possible. And then in so doing, your paper gets more chance for being selected and being published. Okay, so take note of this. Now let's begin. We have the introduction. Okay, we have the introduction. So when we say the introduction, these are questions you have to consider. Okay, so what did you or others do? Okay, and why did you do it? That's the first thing you need to understand. So when we talk about the introduction, ask yourself, what did I do? Or what have others done? Okay, in the field. Okay, so if you are about to write your paper, the question will change a little. The question will be, what do I want to do? Okay, and what have others done? But because you are done already, you are preparing the journal format, you ask yourself, what did I do? Okay, and what have others done? Okay, and then you ask yourself, why did I do it? Okay, what did you do? Okay, what have others done? And then you need to add a reason why you conducted the research. Okay, generally speaking, I will just give an overview, and then before I discuss the detail of the PowerPoint. Okay, generally speaking, for most research journals, okay, you can write the introduction in 4 modes. You can write the introduction in just 4 modes. Okay, number 1, okay, you ask yourself, what is interesting about my paper? Okay, what is interesting about my paper? Is it a global issue? Is it a national issue? Or it's just a local issue? So in writing the introduction, that is the first step that you need to, the first question you need to answer. What is interesting about my paper? Okay, and then you ask yourself, is it a global issue? Is it a national issue, or it's just a local issue? Okay, number 2, ask yourself, what have others done or studied about this particular topic? What have others done? Okay, so you are going to indicate what other researchers have found out. Okay, so far as your topic is concerned, that'll be the second step. Okay, so here you are trying to connect your study to other studies. Okay, you connect your study to other studies. That's very important. Okay, so over here too, you are trying to put your study in context. You are trying to put your study in context. Okay, so after you answer that question, okay, then you ask yourself, okay, what gap am I trying to fill in? What are the gaps I'm trying to fill in? Okay, so If you are doing a study which is not filling a particular gap, then it's useless. Okay, so your study need to seek to answer particular questions. Okay, it needs to fill in a particular gap. So in this part, you address the major questions you're trying to answer, and you indicate the gap in literature in which you are trying to fill. Okay, and then the step number 4, you have to outline how you are going to fill in the gaps by introducing either your hypothesis or your research objective or questions. Okay, so this is how you do it. Okay, then when we come to the methods, you have to answer this question: how did you do it? Okay, to make it more personal, how did I do it? How did I conduct my study? Okay, how was the study conducted? That is the method. And then the result, the question is, what did you find out? What did you find out? Okay, and then the discussion, the question is, what does it all mean? I've got all my result. What does it mean? What's the meaning of the result? Okay, so over here, what you need to understand is this, that the main text is followed by the conclusion, the acknowledgement, referencing of some material. So in a discussion, you provide implications. Okay? So in discussion too, you should get this. There are some journals, there's results and discussion are together. There are some other journals, the result is one section, the discussion is also another section. Okay, but every discussion has got 2 levels that has to be observed. Okay, number 1, the first level is, what is the meaning of my findings? What is the meaning? What are the implications? What are the inferences of my findings? And then step number 2, okay, what does literature say, okay, in relation to my findings? So over here, you are making a bridge between your study and other studies or literature. So it could be agreement or disagreement, but whatever the situation is, you have to indicate it. Okay, so in writing the discussion, if you don't observe these 2 levels, your paper is going to be rejected. So you will need to tell the inferences or the implications or the meaning of your findings, and then you have to make sure that you provide supporting literature to your finding. It's very important. So you need to provide supporting literature to your finding. Okay, now let's talk about length of the manuscript. Length of the manuscript. Okay, so always look at the journal's author guideline. Okay, before you start preparing your journal format. Don't make this mistake by preparing without looking the journal guideline. So what that means is that you need to have a journal in mind. Okay, you have to choose a journal that you want to submit your paper to. Okay, so you prepare your paper based on the guideline of that particular journal. Okay, very important, because the length of journals change. Okay, they are not the same. However, an ideal length for the manuscript is around 25 to 40 pages for double space. Okay, and this includes all essential data. If you have like appendices, other extra data, and everything is included, it should not exceed 40 pages. Okay, for double spacing, not for single spacing. Double spacing, take note of this. Okay, now let's look at some general guidelines. Okay, so your title should be short and informative. Your title should be short and informative. Usually, generally speaking, for most journals, it is suggested that your title should not be longer than 15 words. Okay, your journal, your title should not be longer than 15 words. So maximum 15 words. Okay, there are exceptions, especially in the sciences. However, generally speaking, it has to be concise and informative, which means that your title should really focus on your research questions, okay? It should focus on the hypothesis. It should talk about the main thing you are trying to achieve within your study. All right, so take note of this. In the abstract, it should just be one paragraph, okay? Not more than 250 words. Some journals allow up to 300. Yeah, but for most journals, it's between 150 to 250. So you have to cross-check with the author guideline on the journal you want to submit your paper to make sure you reduce your abstract to the size that the journal recommends, okay, to avoid rejection of the paper. Okay, so get this very clearly. The introduction, okay, should not exceed 2 pages. Okay, your introduction should not exceed 2 pages. Usually, 1 page to 2 pages is enough. Okay, so don't write very long introduction. It should be brief as possible. Your methodology should not exceed 3 pages. So 2 to 3 pages enough for methodology. Okay, maximum, we are talking about maximum here. And remember, what we are talking about here is double spacing, not single spacing. So if it's single spacing, your methodology should not be more than 1 page. Get this very clearly, but even 1 page is still sometimes can be too hard. Okay, so get it very clearly. For the introduction, I'm talking about 2 pages here. Here I'm talking about double spacing, not single spacing. Okay, if it's single spacing, your introduction should not exceed maybe 1 page or maximum 1.5. They should not exceed it. Should not exceed that. Okay, your result should not exceed 8 pages. Double spacing. Understand that. Okay, your discussion should not exceed 6 pages. Okay, your conclusion should not exceed 1 paragraph. Okay, this is not conclusion for a thesis. Okay, I know in thesis and dissertation, you write a whole length of conclusion, but this is not a case for paper publication. If you want to publish, you have to summarize everything into just 1 paragraph. Okay, very important. And then your figures, if you have figures, they should not exceed 8 pages. Okay, assuming that 1 per page, 1 figure per page, just assumption. Okay, so if you are using 2 figures per page, that means that it should not exceed 4 pages. Okay, so take note of this. Your table should be 1 to 3 pages. Okay, 1 to 3 pages. So ideally, it is suggested that in publishing paper, if you can reduce your tables to maximum of 8 to 8 tables, that would be awesome. Okay, so sometimes you have to summarize some of the table, put them together to get 1 single table. Okay, don't give tables up to 15 tables or 12 tables or even 10 tables. That's too many already. Okay, so take note of this. Okay, so when you are working, make sure that you, as much as you can, you summarize the tables and you put your tables together in order to have some few tables. Okay, then your references, okay, should not exceed 50 references. Okay, should not exceed 50 references. And then in pages, not more than 4 pages. Okay, So don't have very long referencing. The 100, that's too many already. That could look boring. Okay, so take note of that. Now let's look at steps to organizing your research. Steps to organizing your research. Okay, there are particular steps that we have to follow. Okay, now the first thing you do, I know this may be new to some of you. Okay, it may also come as a surprise to some of you, but this is the truth. Okay, if you are preparing papers for publication, the first thing you do is to prepare your figures and tables. Okay, prepare the figures and the tables. That is the first part you need to do. Okay, this is important in the sense that the results is like the heart of the study or the research. Okay, your result is like the heart of your research. Okay, so you have to focus on it. Do that first. Make sure everything about your result is well presented. Okay, your tables are well organized. You have summarized all the tables and everything, because every other part of the study is going to be really connected to the result. Okay, and the result speaks louder than any explanation that you will try to give to the results. Okay, so please just take note of this. Then after that is done, you need to write the methodology. When that is done, the next thing to do is to write your methodology, and then you need to write up the results. So when we say writing up the result, what we mean here is you are going to add information. You need to add information. Okay, you need to add information to the table and figures. Okay, that you have prepared. Okay, so you need to add information. For example, table 1 talks about blah 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 blah. It could be seen that the average mean was blah 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 blah. Okay, so you add some content to the table that you have prepared. When that is done, the next thing you need to do will be to write the discussion. Okay, and don't forget that the discussion has to be based on the results. Okay, so you don't write discussion from your own mind. You write your discussion based on the results that you have. Okay, write your discussion based on your results. Please just take note of this. You need to write it based on your result. Okay, the next thing is you need to write a clear conclusion. Write a clear conclusion. Okay, you need to provide the conclusion. You have to provide the conclusion. And again, as I mentioned earlier, your conclusion should be based on your result and discussion. Okay, your conclusion should be based on your results and your discussion. Don't give general conclusion. That is one of the things journals do not want. Okay, so you have to give specific conclusion based on your results. Okay, specific conclusion based on your result. Take note of this. And then number 6, you need to write a compelling introduction. So contrary to what you think, most people think, usually when we want to write paper, the first thing we do is write the introduction, right? But the introduction is step number 6. Okay, step number 6. So after you are done with all these things, that is when you are going to write the introduction. Okay, anyway, we are going to discuss this into a little more detail, so you understand all these better. So after the introduction is written, the next thing to do is to write your abstract. Okay, you need to write your abstract, and then when that is done, you need to compose a concise and descriptive title. Okay, let me also mention here that it is not necessarily compulsory, okay, to use the same title of your dissertation or thesis for your paper publication. No, it's not necessarily that. You could modify it. You could modify your title. Okay, you could modify it. When it's time to publish, you could modify it. It doesn't make any difference. Okay, take note of this. And then for abstract, um, in another training, we discussed the types of abstract, and then because there are about 4 or 5 different types of abstract. Okay, something you should know. Okay, uh, and then let me mention here that uh, every abstract, okay, if it's a standard abstract, it should have about 5 different components. Okay, it should have about 5 different components. Number one, your abstract needs to have an introduction. Okay, it needs to have a purpose or an aim. Okay, it needs to have a method. It needs to have results. Okay, then it needs to be conclusive. So 5 components for standard abstract. Okay, but let me say that there are some scenarios whereby people write abstract without introduction. Okay, so they begin with objective, okay, for the aim of the study. Well, it's not bad, but it's not a standard abstract. That is what it simply means. Okay, so you can just begin with the aim of the study. So usually people begin like, the purpose of this study was blah, 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 without introduction. There's nothing wrong with that. However, if you want to write a standard abstract, okay, it needs to contain all the various parts, okay, of your study: the little introduction, the purpose, the method, the results, okay, and then your conclusion or your suggestion, okay. And then back to the title, it has to be descriptive, okay. Okay, your title needs to be descriptive. Descriptive means that whoever reads your title should not have doubt, I mean, regarding the meaning of your title. I mean, the person should understand it right away and clearly what you really mean. Okay. All right. So the next thing is to select your keyword. Okay. Select keywords. Okay, for indexing. And then when that is done, if there's a need to write acknowledgement, it's not always required. But if there's a need to write acknowledgement, you can write the acknowledgement. And then number 11, you need to write your references. This is super important, okay? Like I mentioned earlier, there are different reference styles. So check with the author guideline. Make sure that you are using the recommended style that the author uses, okay? Now let's talk a little more deep about all these things. So we said that step 1, you need to prepare the figures in the table. Now get this very clearly. Okay, so you need to decide how your table should be presented. Okay, tables, graphs, or text depending on the method. Okay, so the question is, are you going to use table, or you are going to use graph, or you are going to use both? What are you going to do? Okay, you have to decide, okay, which you want to use, okay? And then remember that a figure, okay, is worth, okay, 1,000 words. That's what you have to know. A figure or a table, okay, speaks more than words, okay? So your data are the driving force of your paper, okay? So your illustrations are critical. Okay, so make sure that your tables are well prepared. Don't do them in a lazy fashion. Okay, do it well. Do it very well. Do it very well. Okay, now let's compare tables and figures. Generally speaking, tables give the actual experimental or survey results. Okay, while figures are often used for comparisons, okay, of experimental results with those of previous works or with calculated or theoretical values. Okay, so what that means is that you usually could use figures when you are comparing. Okay, you are making comparison between your study and other studies, or you are making comparison in your results. Okay, comparison of variables. Okay, then tables are really recommended. However, if you are using, if you are not doing comparison, then it's very good that you use tables. If you are just presenting the results, okay, then tables are always recommended. Okay, so make sure no illustration duplicate the information described. And what that means is that the information presented in a table should not be presented in a figure because it's going to be a duplication information. Take note of this. So don't present this information here and then present in another part study. Okay, take note. Another important factor, okay, you have to note this: figure and tables and table legend must be self-explanatory. Okay, so if you provide legends for your tables or your figures, do it well so that whoever reads it can understand it without having to be explained to him. Okay, because when you submit your paper for publication, you'll not be there to explain what the legends are. So you need to make it good as possible, right? Now let's look at this example here. Over here, an example of the same data presented as a table or as figure, depending on the objectives. Okay, you can show your data either as table, or if you wish to stress numbers, or figures if you want to compare gradients or something. Okay, no, never include vertical lines in your table. Okay, before we used to do that, but now it's not allowed. So as you can see over here, you don't need to include any vertical lines in your table. Some few journals allow that, but for most Scopus and ISI journals, no vertical lines. Okay, so even the horizontal lines, maximum should be 4 lines. Okay, maximum 4 lines. Okay, so just take note of that because they don't want the whole thing to be messy or anything like that. Okay, now let's move on. Appearance count. So what do? Okay, avoid crowded plots. Okay, use well selected scales. Okay, make sure that if you are using figures, your plots will not really look messy. Okay, so plots need to be well selected, scales need to be well selected. Okay, so think about appropriate axis label signs. Okay, and then include clear symbols and data sets, okay, that are easy to distinguish. Okay, so you will not want your figure to look like this one here. Little messy, doesn't really look clear. Okay, so take note of this. So never include long, boring table. Don't include long, boring table. Example, chemical composition of emulsion system or list of species and abundances. Okay, you can always include this in your supplementary data. So if you notice a table is too long, okay, you can add it to the appendix. No need to include it in the actual body of your work. Okay, now use of photographs. In photographs and figures, use color only when necessary when submitting to a print publication, or you will be charged. Okay, expensive fee. So if the journal is an online journal, it should not be printed, then no problem. You can use colored photos. Okay, but if it's a print journal, then don't use colored photos. Use black and white, or you can use gray, like that, because in printed journal they will charge you for extra cost, okay, for extra cost for printing colored photos. Okay, this does not apply to online journal, like I said. So if it's an online journal, your photo can look like this. But if it's a printed journal, it should look like this one. Okay, get this clearly. Now let's talk about decimals and lines. Okay, decimals and lines. Okay, you must pay attention to the use of decimals and lines in the table. Okay, earlier I mentioned about the use of vertical lines, that we need to avoid them. Okay, for decimals, make sure that your decimals are consistent. Okay, they need to be consistent. Okay, so if there are 2 decimal places, make sure it's consistent throughout. If it's 1 decimal place, make sure it's consistent throughout. So, like in the table here, instead of writing the percentages to every number, you can just add it like the one here. Okay, so that these tables, these numbers will be clean. Okay, so it makes your table clean as much as possible. Okay, and then the vertical lines are removed. Okay, now let's go to the methodology. Now we are done with our tables and figures. Now we have to write the method. Okay, so step 2 answers the question how the study was conducted. Okay, now in putting this in another way, okay, your methodology is like the pivot, okay, or the fulcrum for the whole study. Okay, so if the method is wrong, it means the study is wrong, the whole study will be wrong. Okay, so you need to include detailed information so the reader can reproduce your study. So if you don't provide details on how you conducted your study, what that means is that if somebody reads, he wants to conduct the same study as you using a different data or different respondents, then it's going to be difficult, even not possible. Okay, so take note of this. So do not repeat the details of established methods. Okay, use references and supporting material to indicate previously established procedures. Okay, there's a saying that you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes we borrow methods which have been used in some studies. So when that happens, just make sure to put references. Okay, maybe you borrow this method from this method. Just make sure that you provide a reference. Okay, it's okay to borrow methods. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so reviewers will criticize incomplete or incorrect method description and may recommend rejection. Get it very well, because this section is critical, okay, in the process of reproducing your investigation. Okay, so one thing which will always lead to rejection, it will lead to rejection is wrong methodology. If your plagiarism issue, your paper can be reconsidered. But if methodology is wrong, it's a complete rejection. Yeah, no mercy, no excuse. Because if method is wrong, the whole study is wrong. Just get it very clearly. Okay? So order of the methodology. Let me say that the order also depends on journals. Okay, but just quick guidelines to help you. So write the method in the same order they appear in the result section, okay, in the logical order in which you did the research. Okay, so for example, in writing your method, okay, you have the research design, okay. Then after that, you talk about your sampling, okay. After that, okay, the next thing which will follow usually depends on the journal, okay. But just to give some general guidelines, okay. So your research design, okay. For some journal, the next thing that will be with your population, and then after the population will be the research instrument, which in there you are going to incorporate the sampling you use and so on and so forth. Okay, when that is done, then the research procedure. So after that, then the next thing will be on data analysis and so on and so forth. But the arrangement usually depends on the journal. So you can download sample paper from the website of the journal and check how the method was written. So that becomes like a guideline for you so that you don't do anything which is not in line with what the journal wants, okay? So please take note of this. So this is some guidelines. So the research local, and then the population, and then the survey or experiment done. So giving information on data. And then when that is done, description of laboratory methods, including separation of treatments. And then number 5, description of statistical methods. Okay. And then note this, avoid adding comments or results and discussion, which is a common error. So over here, we don't add results. Okay? In the methodology, we don't add results, we don't comment, try to discuss anything. So over here, you are just stating how your study was conducted is all. So you don't add any extra information to that. Okay, just take note of that. Okay. Then number 3, now you write up the results. Okay. So the results section answers the question, what have you found? Okay, hence only representative results from your research should be presented. The results should be essential for your discussion. Okay, so you are going to now put flesh or some content to the tables that you have prepared. I get this very clearly. Okay, so use subheadings to keep the result of the same type together, which is easier to read. So if there's a need to add subheading, just do that, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Just take note of this, okay? So number the subheadings if needed. There are some journals, subheadings are not numbered, okay? So depending on the journal, or you might not number, okay? So over here it says number each subheading, okay, for the convenience of internal cross-reference. But always take into account, okay, the publisher's author guideline. Okay, that's the most important thing. So for the data, decide on a logical order, okay, that tells a clear story and make it easy, makes it easy to understand. Okay, so here what it means is that, okay, whether to use subheading or not depends on the guideline of the author. Okay, when that is done, you need to follow a logical order in the presentation of your result. What that means is that usually you have objectives or you have research questions. Okay, so the results in table 1 should match your research question number 1. Okay, your table 2 should match research question number 2. Don't mix them up, okay, because If you mix them up, it breaks the rule of clarity. Okay, so whoever is reviewing your paper, okay, he will read objective 1 and he's going to go to table 1 and see what is there. He will read objective number 2 and then go to table 2 to see what is there. Okay, so if you don't arrange them well, your paper is going to have a problem of revision. And this time it's not going to be minor revision, major revision. Okay, that is one thing you will need to understand over here. Okay, so generally it will be in the same order as presented in the method section. Okay, so in the methodology, whatever you presented should follow the same order. Okay, same applies to your research questions and then or your objectives. Okay, an important use is that, okay, you must not include references, okay, in this section. Okay, you are just presenting your result, so you cannot refer to. So let me say that in the results, you don't add references. So you are just telling what is in the table. But there is an exception, okay? In some journal, results and discussion are together. So if that is the case, then references will be found in the result and discussion. But apart from that, if the result section is different from the discussion, then it means that the result section you are not going to put any reference at all. But all your references are going to be in the discussion component. Okay, get this very clearly. Okay, so you have to check your journal to know whether the results discussion are together or they're separated. Okay, you have to check out the journal. All right, then this statistical rules. So here you have to indicate the statistical test used with all reference or relevant parameters. For example, mean standard deviation, median, interpercentile, so on and so forth. Okay, so you need to provide detail of all the statistics. Okay, so use mean and standard deviation to report normally distributed data. Okay, and then for numbers, make sure to use
ganyan lang.
Make sure to use two significant digits, unless more precision is required. Okay, so please somebody's microphone is on. Please switch off your microphone. The person talking, your microphone is on, please. Okay, so usually it's more appropriate to use two significant digits. Okay, so instead of writing 2.0785 blah blah blah, just write 2.08. Just approximate them. Okay, to make it look better. Never use percentages for small samples. For example, maybe your study involved 10 respondents, and then in reporting, you use 50%, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so just report them. 5 out of the 10 did blah, 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 instead of saying 50%. Okay, take note of this as well. Now, step number 4, write the discussion. Write the discussion. So over here, you must respond to what the results mean. Okay. Now you are responding to the meaning of the result. So probably it is the easiest section to get right, but not this. Okay, the hardest section. Okay, the easiest section to write, but the hardest section to get right. Okay, get this very clearly. And then note here that this is because it is the most important section of your article. Why? Because here you get a chance to sell your data. Okay, this is where you sell your data. You explain the meaning, okay, of your results. Okay, so earlier on I mentioned that your discussion could be written in 2 steps. So take into account that a huge number of papers are rejected because the discussion is weak. Okay, take note of that. And then you need to make the discussion correspond to the results, but do not reiterate the result. So in a discussion, it's not going to rewrite your result. Okay, so don't state all the results again in the discussion. No, just go straight to the point. For example, instead of writing something like the average mean was blah 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 in the result, don't do it like that. Okay, so just mention that table 2 means that blah 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 blah. Okay, so just give it straight away. Okay, or you can begin like something like explaining the question of blah blah blah. Okay, then you just go straight away without quoting the results again, because it's discussion, it's not result. Get it very clearly over here. So no need to restate your results in the discussion, because it's going to be repetition. Okay, so here you need to compare, okay, the published results by your colleagues, okay, with yours, okay, using some of the references included in your introduction. Okay, so usually in order to cut down the number, you could use the references you have in your introduction, literature review, okay, for your discussion. Okay, so you don't need to add extra references again, but never ignore word disagreement with your data or your findings. Okay, so in turn you must confront and then convince the reader that you are correct or you are better. Okay, get it very clearly. Usually there could be results of findings or literature that disagree with your findings, and you have to include them all as well. Okay, so don't ignore anything like that that disagrees with your findings. You really need to include everything. Okay, you need to include everything. Now here are some considerations. Here are some considerations. Number 1, avoid statements, okay, that go beyond what the results can say. No exaggeration here, okay, in presenting your discussion. Don't try to say anything which is not really related to your result. Number 2, avoid unspecific expressions such as higher temperature at lower rate, highly significant. Okay, so quantitative descriptions are always preferred, like 35 degrees Celsius, 50%, 0.5%, okay, 0.01, and so on and so forth. So let's assume that you have the expression higher temperature. The question is, what does it mean? So when you write higher temperature, you need to put an actual number in parentheses. Okay, so higher temperature, into bracket 35 degrees Celsius. Okay, highly significant, into bracket 0.01, and so on and so forth. Okay, avoid sudden introduction of new terms or ideas. Okay, if there is any term, operational term, which has not been defined earlier, please make sure you don't include it. Okay, make sure that every operational word you use has been defined earlier in the introduction. Okay, very important. Okay, you must present everything in the introduction to be confronted with your results over here. So any word, any introduction, any word, main operational word, or any new word which has not been mentioned earlier, don't try to bring it in the discussion. Okay, number 4, speculations speculations on possible interpretations allowed, but these must be rooted in fact, okay, not imagination. Okay, you could speculate, but make sure that it is based on facts. That is very important. Okay, now the next thing here is to achieve good interpretation of your results. Think about these things. How do these results relate to the original question or objective outlined in the introduction? Okay, so while you are doing your discussion, okay, ask yourself, how do my results relate to the research question? What's the connection? Are they connected in any way, or they are not connected? Okay, so if you are able to build the connection, then you will be able to provide a proper interpretation. Next one, the data support the hypothesis. Okay, the data, do they support your hypothesis? Okay, and then number 3, are your results consistent with what other investigators have reported? Okay, so if it is not consistent, you have to, be honest. You have to indicate everything. If it's consistent, you have to state it. If it's not consistent, you have to state it. Okay, don't try to hide anything or trying to prove a point by hiding something. Okay, that will lead to bias. Okay, so just take note of it. Next one is discuss weakness and discrepancies. Okay, so here, if there are weaknesses, you have to indicate them. Okay, if there are unexpected findings, you have to indicate them. So if your results were unexpected, you have to explain why you got that particular result. Okay? The next question is there another way to interpret the result? Okay, maybe you were thinking about one particular way, but you can ask yourself, is there any other way? Does this result mean some other thing? Anything like that? Okay, and then what further research would be necessary, okay, to answer the questions raised in the result? Sometimes your results tend to raise other questions, okay, and you have to address that as well. Okay, so it could be that the result produce some findings which go beyond your research objectives. Okay, so in that case, you have to talk about it as well. Okay, and then include that in your suggestions for further study. And then the next thing, explain what is new without exaggerating. Okay, maybe you found something unusual. Just explain them as they are. Don't exaggerate, okay? Don't exaggerate. Try to stick to your findings, report them just as they are. And then step 5, write a clear conclusion. Write a clear conclusion. So over here, this section shows how the work advances the field from the present state knowledge. Okay, so in conclusion, you are going to indicate something like how your finding advances knowledge, how your finding contribute to knowledge. Okay, what is the summation of your study? Okay, so in some journals, it's a separate section. However, so in some other journals, it's part of the discussion. Okay, so for some journals, conclusion is part of the discussion. So usually the last paragraph of the discussion is the conclusion. But for some other journals, conclusion is a separate section, different from the discussion session. So you have to cross-check again with your journal to be certain whether the conclusion is part of the journal of the discussion or it's a separate section completely. Okay? So whatever the case, without a clear conclusion section, reviewers and readers will find it difficult to judge your work, okay? And then whether your work merits publication in a journal or not. So this is something you need to know. Now, whatever the case is, you're going to need a very, very clear conclusion, okay? So a common error in this section is repeating the abstract. Usually this can be one of the pitfalls, okay? That in the conclusion, you tend to repeat what is in the abstract, okay? So trivial statement, okay? Trivial statement of your results are unacceptable in this section. To understand that the conclusion is not the abstract, okay? It's not the abstract. So the abstract is just focused on your results. Get it? It's focused on your result. The conclusion is not based on any other part of your study. It's based on the result. Okay, and then sometimes the implications of the result, which is captured in the discussion, could be briefly stated in the conclusion as well. Okay, so take note of this. Okay, so you should provide a clear scientific justification for your work, okay, in this section. Okay, and then indicate uses and extensions if appropriate. Okay, moreover, you can suggest future experiment. If your study is experimental, and then point out those areas that are underway. Okay, so included in the conclusion, okay, you are justifying your findings. Okay, and then here too, you are trying to provide suggestions as well. Okay, for some journals, suggestions are part of the conclusion. Okay, some journals they are separate, so you will just have to again cross-check with your journal, and then you have to provide suggestions for future study. Those are all part of the conclusion that you have to take note of. Okay, so you can propose global and specific conclusion. Okay, in relation to the objectives, in relation to the objectives included in the action. Okay, so take note that usually the results is based on the objective. Okay, and then the conclusion is based on the result. So which means that indirectly, your conclusion should also be based on the objectives indirectly. Get it very clearly. Okay, so the central objective should be the focus of your conclusion. Okay, together with the other suggestions for future studies and then justification of your findings. Okay, so just take note of this. And then step number 6, write a compelling introduction. You write a compelling introduction. What that means is that the introduction is your opportunity, okay, to convince readers, okay, that you clearly know why your work is useful. Okay, so don't forget, after reading the title and then the abstract, the next thing is the introduction. Okay, so your introduction should be convincing enough. Okay, so a good introduction should answer the following questions. Earlier on, I gave 4 steps to writing the introduction. Now let's look at some more. So the question number 1 is, what is the problem to be solved? Next one, are there any existing solutions? Okay, which is the best? What what is its main limitation? What do you hope to achieve? Okay, take note of this. What is the problem to be solved? Are there any existing solutions? Which solution is the best? Is there any limitation? Limitation here means that you are looking for gaps. Okay, what do you hope to achieve? Here it means that you are introducing your objectives. Get it? Okay, so here, write a compelling. Okay, so what we are saying here is that editors like to see that you have provided a perspective which is consistent with the nature of the journal. What that means is you need to introduce the main scientific publication on which your work is based, okay? Citing a couple of original and important works, okay, including recent review articles. So usually in your introduction, in the third, fourth, and maybe fifth paragraph, you have to connect your study with other studies, okay? You have to bridge the gap between your study and other study by trying to bring the connection, okay? So what that means is that editors hate improper citation, okay, of too many references which are irrelevant to your work, okay, or improper judgment on your own achievement. So they will think you are you have no sense of purpose. Okay. So over here, you are not going to base your introduction on yourself or on your own study, but you are trying to let the reader know what has been found by others on the same topic that you are writing on, and trying to make a connection between your study and other studies. Okay, so tips you need for the introduction. Okay, let's note some of them. Never use more words than necessary, which means you have to be concise and straight to the point. And don't make this section a history lesson. Okay, long introduction can put people off. Okay, next one. We all know that you are keen to present your new data, but do not forget that you need to give a whole picture first. So the whole picture has to do with your introduction. Okay? So the introduction must be organized from global to the particular point of view, guiding the readers to your objective, writing the objective when writing the paper. Okay? There are several ways for presenting your paper. And then one way is to start from global to national to local. Okay? I mean, in writing your introduction. So this is one of the approaches that you can use. Okay, number four, state the purpose of the paper and the research strategy adopted to answer the question. Okay, but do not mix the introduction with the results. So always keep in mind, okay, always keep them separate to ensure that the manuscript flows logically logically from one section to the other. So here what that means is like this, okay? Sometimes we are tempted to add the method, how the study is going to be done, and all that in the introduction. But remember, the introduction is different from the methodology. So there's no need to write methods in the introduction. You need to keep them separate, because if you do, then your study will not flow naturally. It will not flow naturally. Okay? So hypothesis and objectives must be clearly remarked at the end of the introduction. So your hypothesis and your research questions objectives. That's going to be the last part of the introduction. So expressions such as novel, first time, first ever, paradigm changing, are not preferred. Okay, use them sparingly. Okay, because there's no study which has not been conducted before. Every study has been conducted in one way or the other. Okay, so you have to take note of this. Now, step number 7, writing the abstract. Okay, so the abstract tells prospective readers that you did, and tell prospective readers what you did, and then what important findings in your study were. Okay, so over here, the abstract together with the title, okay, is the advertising material for your article. For that matter, you need to make it interesting, okay, interesting as possible, okay, so that it will not put people off. So avoid using jargon, okay, unnecessary abbreviation is not allowed, okay, they are not allowed in your abstract. Okay, please take note of this. Okay, and then you must be accurate using the words that convey the precise meaning. Okay, the precise meaning of your research. Okay, the abstract provides a short, brief description of the perspective and the purpose of the paper. Okay, and then it gives the key results but minimizes the experimental detail. So it is very important to be reminded that the abstract offers a short description, okay, of the interpretation, conclusion of the study. Okay, so just take note of this, that it should be super brief. Okay, like I mentioned earlier, your abstract should be between 150 to 250 words only, nothing more than that. Okay, now step number 8, take note of this. Okay, compose a concise and descriptive title. Concise, descriptive title is very, very important. Very, very important. Okay, so the title must explain what the paper is broadly about. Okay, and then it is your first and probably the only opportunity to attract a reader for the first time. Okay, so it's like a hook. Okay, it's like a hook. Okay, so in this way, remember that the first readers, okay, are the editors of the journal, okay, and the referees, okay. Also, readers are the potential authors who will cite your article. So the first impression is very important. Now let me paraphrase this. When you submit your paper, the editor is going to be the first reader. Okay. Then after that, the referees, okay, or the reviewers are also going to read. And then if your paper is published, readers also to read. And those days, the title is the first thing that they will read all the time. Okay, so if your title is not catchy, not impressive, not descriptive, man, you want to read paper which is boring. Okay, but if your paper has a very good title, the tendency of getting people to read is going to be very good. Okay, so take note of this. Okay, so we are all flooded with many publications, okay, and readers don't have time, okay, to read all scientific production. So they must be selective. They must be selective. Okay. So this section is very important, okay? Because if your title is not good, then you will not have more people reading your paper. And then if more people don't read your paper, then you are not going to have more citations, okay? So title affects citation. Title affects citation. I remember, I think last year, I was in one of the graduate schools talking with one of the professors, uh, a professor of research management. And then I was asking him about the publications in the university. And it's really very sad to be honest with you. Okay, they have a lot of research output, many research output. However, citation is super low. Can you imagine that a whole university citation is below 50? Okay, citation is below 50, which is not good. Okay, so which means that the title of the papers is one thing, and then publishing in the right journal is also another thing. Okay, you can have a research, but nobody will read it. Nobody will find your paper. Okay, so uh, it's very important that you use right title. Okay, and you publish in a good journal so that your papers will be cited. Okay, the more citation you have as a scholar, okay, the more academic you look like. You get a point? So you are going to need more and more citations. Okay, so reviewers will check whether the title is specific, okay, and whether it reflects the content of the manuscript. So editors hate title that don't make sense, okay, or title that fail to present the subject matter correctly. I think last year, one of the journals that I serve as editor, I received one paper, and then when I read the title, I mean, right away I got pissed off because the title was so redundant and confusing. So reading the title and reading the abstract, I got to know that, look, there is some conflict here. So my recommendation is whether it's either you change your title or you change the whole paper. Okay, because the title was not good. I mean, it was not impressive. The title did not reflect the content of the paper. Okay, so your title needs to be concise, not broad. Okay, it has to be concise, specific, address the particular questions you're trying to talk about in your study. Please take note of this. So you need to compose a concise and descriptive title, right? So how do you do it? Okay, so you have to keep your title informative and concise. And what that means is it has to be clear, descriptive, and not too long. So you must avoid technical jargon and abbreviations as possible. So in writing your title, you don't add abbreviation. But make sure that you remove any kind of jargon. Okay, so this is because you will need to attract readership, okay, as large as possible. So you have to dedicate some time to think about the title, and then if possible you have to discuss with co-authors. Okay, so before you conclude on your final title, make sure that uh, you show your title to your peers, your advisors, to your mentor. Let them give some suggestion to make it better. Okay, step number 9 has to do with your keywords. Okay, there's something interesting about keywords. Okay, so the keywords are used for indexing of your paper. So they are like the label of your manuscript. So it is true that now that it is true that now they are less used by journal uh, because of search engine optimization and so on and so forth. However, using the right keywords, which are related to your paper, is very important. Okay, so when looking for keywords, try to avoid a broad meaning of words, and then you have to make sure that words which are found in your title are not also included in your keywords. Because if you use different kind of keywords, it is going to optimize your search possibilities. Okay, so it will make the possibility of your paper online broader, okay, than just repeating the same words what are found in your title, in your keywords. Okay, so usually it's advisable that you don't repeat the same words what are found in your title, in your keywords. Okay, this is something important you need to know. Some journals require that keywords are not okay, those are not those from the journal name because it is implicit that the topic is there. Okay, so usually it's not a general rule, but that is something that some journals don't want. For example, let's say that your paper is about psychology, okay? And the journal name is Journal of Psychology. So for some journal, they will not want you to include the word psychology in your keywords because the journal name is psychology. You get a point? Okay, the journal name includes the word psychology. Okay, so let's look at this example here. The journal Soil Biology and Biochemistry requires that the word soil not be selected as keyword. Okay, so the journal name is Soil Biology. So you can include the word soil or biology or biochemistry as a keyword because that's the journal name. Okay, so please take note of that. So what you have to do, you have to check the journal guideline, okay, the author guideline, okay, and then make sure that you stick to it in order not to break this rule. Because if you break the rule, it means that your paper can be rejected. Okay. So only abbreviations firmly established in the field are eligible. Okay. So avoid those which are not broadly used. So abbreviations usually are not allowed. Okay, they are not allowed in keywords. Okay, there are some fields, for example, in the field of medicine, there are some abbreviations which are conventionally used that could be accepted. Okay, for example, OPD. In medicine, if you say OPD, everybody knows it's outpatient department. Okay, so conventionally it is accepted. But apart from that, it's not allowed. Okay, so if your field is not medicine, don't use anything like OPD. Okay, if your field is medicine, then using OPD as a keyword could be accepted. But even that, it is more recommended that instead of using OPD, just write it out, outpatient department. Okay, just write everything out. That's very important. All right. So step number 10, okay, has to do with writing the acknowledgement. So here you can thank people who contributed to the manuscript, okay? But not to the extent where, not to the extent where that justifies authorship, okay? For example, here you can include technical help and assistance with writing and proofreading. Probably the most important thing is to thank the funding agency or the agency giving you grant, fellowship, or something like that. And then step number 11, write up the references. So typically there are more mistakes done in the references than any other part of the manuscript. Okay, take note of this. Okay, so it is one of the most annoying problems and causes great headache among. Okay, take note. Now it is easier saying um, to avoid this problem. It is easier to avoid this problem because there are many available tools. Okay, there are so many tools, softwares, which you can use to prepare your references. For example, if your reference is APA, there is a tool that you can use, and Google Scholar is one of them, which you can use to get it cited either in APA or Harvard or Vancouver or MLA or whatever it is. Okay, so just take note of this. Uh, in the text, you must cite all scientific publications on which your work is based. Okay, but do not over inflate the manuscript with so many references. Okay, it does not make the manuscript better. Okay, putting too many references will not make your manuscript look good. So avoid self-citation. Okay, an excessive citation of publications from the same region. Sometimes there are people who want to cite themselves. Don't cite yourself too many times. Okay, maximum is 3. Don't cite yourself too many times. Please take note of this. Don't have to cite yourself too many times. And then finally, check the following. 1, spelling of the author's name. Okay, make sure your name is not wrongly spelled, or your co-author's name is not wrongly spelled. Okay, the year of publication. Okay, usage of ital. Okay, it's very important. And let me say that author's name here, okay, has to do with the reference. Okay, the reference you are using, make sure the name is correctly spelled, punctuations, and whether all references included. So earlier on, I mentioned that all the references used in the text need to be found in the reference list. So make sure that there's nothing in the reference list which is not the. Make sure that everything in the reference list is included in in-text citation, and make sure that the in-text citation is also found in the reference list. Okay, very important. Okay, kudos. Now you are done. Then it's ready for submission. Okay, so we have our reference here, and that brings us to the end of our first presentation for this afternoon. Okay, so let's open the door for questions and answers. Okay, so let me check out here. I think some people have raised some concerns here. Okay. Okay, I will just check the questions here. Okay. Just a moment, I'm checking the references. I'm checking the questions here. Okay, so question number 1 from Sir Luke. Okay, Sir Luke is asking, when a table is too long, what should be reported then? Say, for example, an instrument with 30 items clustered into 4 variables. Do you report only the mean for the variables, or do you report statements under the variables? Okay, Sir Luke, okay, you don't have to report the individual statement. Okay, so you are just going to capture, okay, the means, and then you put all the means together into one table. Okay, into one table. So all your reporting will be on the means, so not on the individual statement. Okay, if your table is very long. However, if the table is not long, then you can report the individual statement. But if you have very long table, it is advisable to report the means to be, not the individual statement, because it is going to make your work very, very boring. Okay. Ma'am Joanne is also asking, what are some strong expressions you can suggest to construct a good introduction? Okay. Ma'am Joanne, there is another PowerPoint, which is mainly on expressions. Okay? So just reserve your question in another presentation. Okay, so we have so many expressions. Actually, the handout I emailed to you, it has over maybe more than 300 expressions, which you can use in writing the area, the paper. Okay, so I just take a look at that. Okay, and then another question here. What are the suggested applications to be used for checking plagiarism, and the app for proper writing of references? Okay, I only took note. Is it Sir or Ma'am Glass? Uh, for references, you can use Google Scholar. Okay, it's super easy to use. Okay, however, another app you can use is called Mendeley. But for Mendeley, you have to study how to use it, because the process is not very simple compared to Google Scholar. But the easiest to use, okay, is Google Scholar. Okay, and then apart from Google Scholar, if you type in Google and then you type in references, up for referencing, a whole lot of them will pull up. Okay, so usually what you have to do is you need to just copy paste your reference and then click on which reference you're looking for. And then it will just do it for you. I can't go through the whole thing because that coverage is part of level 1, the training for level 1, whereby I cover everything, how to do it, did step by step. It is not part of the coverage, but just to help you to do it, You can use Google Scholar, or you can use Mendeley, which is very good. Okay, so you can check them out. You can check them out. Now another question here. I'm joining again. Seldom we can find titles expressed in question form. Is it acceptable to use interrogative statement in formulating research title? If this is the case, what is your recommendation? When do we use this strategy in constructing research titles? Yes, in constructing research titles, it could be, okay, uh, it could be in a question form or a statement. Okay, most of the time statements are used. However, stating in a question does not make your title wrong. Okay, it is more applicable in qualitative researches. Okay, it's more applicable in qualitative researches. Okay, but most of quantitative researches, it's stated in the statement form. Okay, so if your study is qualitative in nature, if you write your title in question, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, Ma'am Chuani. Okay. The next question from Ma'am Wifa. Is it all right to use acronym in the keyword? Ma'am Wifa, it's not right to use acronym. You have to spell the word out completely. Okay. You have to spell the word. So, for example, over here you have written H. You have written H and RAGP. I tell you, if you type on Google RAGP, I mean, so many kinds of things will come up, which are not related to your study completely. Okay, so it's better to always spell it out. It's better to spell it out. Okay, and when we say keywords, it also includes phrases. So keyword does not necessarily mean words, but it also includes phrases. For example, like what you have indicated here, that like revitalized homeroom guidance program. That can be a keyword, even though it's a phrase. So it's okay to write the whole thing out. There is no issue about that. That is correct completely. That is correct completely. Another question from Ma'am Joanne. Okay, if you want to talk, it's okay, you can talk. I guess that will be great. You can switch your video on and then you can talk. Let's interact. Instead of typing, you can just talk, ask your question, no problem with that. There's no noise in your background. It's okay, please. Okay, Ma'am Johnny again. How can we publish our articles? How can we publish our articles in Scopus, in journals, index in Scopus, and other reputable journals? Okay, and then what techniques can you suggest for easy or possible acceptance? Okay, Ma'am Joanne, one of our presentation is on steps to publishing in a scientific journal. Okay, so in that presentation, I'm going to show you step by step how you can get your paper published. Okay, and I'll also show you how to look for Scopus index journals. Okay, so let's reserve your question for later presentation. Okay, Ma'am Joanne. Now the next question from Glass again. Okay, Glass says thank you. All right, any input, anyone who want to add more, or you want more clarification or anything? Any additions or any clarifications? Any more? Anybody?
Sir,
Okay, sir,
question.
look.
Um, Usually, it's kind of rare. I haven't experienced being funded by institution, by a granting institution. So the researches that I have done are self initiative. Okay,
Okay.
so I heard that most journals do not accept papers unless it is funded or
Unless it's
uh,
what?
unless it is funded by an institution. So
Uh,
what if the research is fully funded by the researcher? So what is
uh,
our alternative?
yeah, the first thing I would say that statement is not true. Okay,
Okay.
because even this last year, I helped researchers to publish in Web of Science and Scopus. I mean, nobody funded their research, but it got published. Actually, presently, as I'm talking now, there is one paper which got just accepted by ISI. It was not funded by any source. The researcher funded it by himself. So that statement is not accurate because several papers have been published. So the most important thing that you have to consider is uh, how your paper, that talk about the quality of your paper, okay, and then the importance of the topic you are writing. That is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so if your topic is very important and then it's well written, it will be published. Whether you funded it by yourself, your institution funded it. I mean, the most important thing is the quality of the paper. Because from my personal experience, we have published more than 50 papers, okay, which are self-funded, not funded by external organization. Okay, so you don't have
So,
to worry about it all.
so we can skip the acknowledgement part in the
Yes,
manuscript
the
if it's
acknowledgement, not necessarily the
optional.
funding agency, but maybe your advisor or even somebody who did your editing for you or somebody you consulted, you can put them in the acknowledgement. It doesn't matter. If you don't have any funding agency, you can ignore it or whoever helped you, you can put them in the acknowledgement. There's no problem with that. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome. Any more clarification or addition? Anybody who want to add or you want to clarify something? Okay. Can I ask for just 5 minutes break and then we'll begin the next discussion again? Is that okay with you? 5 minutes break?
Restroom break.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
just 5 minutes break. Presentation. Okay, so in the next presentation, we are going to talk about the phrases and expressions for writing your paper, phrases and expressions for writing your paper. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, all right. Okay, this presentation will help you in the sense that sometimes we are short of vocabulary and then we don't know how to express it. We are limited in words, expression. Okay, so it will help you if you are lacking ideas, then okay, so you will be able to write it, be able to write it well. All right. Okay, so let me say that this presentation is an extract from this book, one of my books. Okay, so it's not everything, but some of the content from this particular book. Okay, so now expression for writing the introduction. Expressions for writing the introduction. Okay, so let's begin. So number one, how to highlight, okay, how to highlight why your topic Z is important. Okay, you want to highlight why your topic is important. So you can say something like, Z is the main cause of, okay? So to put things in context, okay, I'm going to use more of COVID because that is the pattern of the day. Okay, so I want to highlight uh, the place of COVID in our system now or in our country now. So I'll say something like COVID is the main cause of economic breakdown in most nations. You get the point? Okay, so I'm trying to highlight why COVID is important so far as economic breakdown is concerned. So I'm gonna put it like this, okay? Or I can put it like this. COVID is the leading cause of economic breakdown or something like that. Or if my topic is not just one, but I'm dealing with several factors, okay, I can put it like this. These are the common part of, okay, these meaning here that I'm talking about more than one factor, okay? Or I can say these are useful part of. So over here, we are not talking about negative effects. We're talking about positive impact of a particular topic or idea, okay, that you are writing about. Or we can say something like Z is commonly discussed type of, okay. So back to COVID again, I can say that COVID is a commonly discussed type of virus, okay, blah, 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 blah. And then we continue in that order. Or I can say like Z is a well-known type of. It's a well-known type of. Okay, COVID is a well-known type of virus which causes blah, 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 and blah. Okay, all right. So the next thing here is how to highlight why. Okay, that's a continuation of the first one. Number 7, Z is recognized as being the important component of, okay? Z is recognized as being the important cause of, okay? So you just need to play with words in order to put it in the context that you are looking for. Okay, number 8, okay, Z is known in terms of, COVID is known in terms of, okay, then you continue the sentence. And number 9, Z is increasingly becoming a vital factor in, okay? COVID is increasingly becoming a vital factor in the death of many people in the United States of America, okay? So I will put it in context. Number 10, Z is Z is set to become a vital factor in, okay? So COVID is set to become a vital factor, okay, in the health industry in 2021. Okay, so I'm trying to highlight why this is important. Okay. Now, number two, how to outline. We are still in the introduction. How to outline the past, present history, okay, of the study of Z without making direct reference to literature. Okay, sometimes you want to mention something regarding your topic, but you don't want to support it with literature. So how do you state it? Okay, we can state like that. Okay, in the 21st century, Z is considered to be. Okay, then you continue your sentence. So in the 21st century, poverty is considered to be the leading cause of blah 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 blah, the leading cause of fear among most families. Okay, next one. In the 21st century, Z is viewed as. Okay, next one. The initial studies of Z consider it to be. Then continue your sentence. Traditionally, earlier researchers of Z define it as. Okay, traditionally, earlier researchers of Z define it as. And then you continue your sentence. Number five, the focus of Z has always been. The focus of Z has always been. Again, don't forget we are talking about outlying past, present history. Okay, past, present history. Number six, in the history of Z, the focus has always been. Okay, the focus has always been. Seven, experts have always considered Z as. Experts have always considered Z as. Okay, number eight, until now, these have been considered as. Then you continue the sentence. Now, number three, how to indicate the gap in knowledge and limitation. So over here, we are still talking about the introduction because we mentioned earlier that you have to indicate a gap. So number one over here, we have a few researchers have tackled the problem of. Okay, now you are indicating the gap. Few researchers have tackled the problem of. Okay, and then number two, very few researchers have studied the issue of. Okay, then you continue. Number three, preceding work has always focused on. Okay, so here too you are trying to highlight the point that the focus of your study is different from the focus of preceding studies. Okay. Number four, previous studies have outlined, previous studies have been limited to. Okay, so now you are trying to let your studies stand out. Okay. Number five, a basic question of. A basic question of. Okay, so over here, you are trying to introduce your question, okay? You're trying to introduce your question or a question that needs to be answered, okay? A common use of, a common use of, okay? So over here too, you are trying to indicate the gap, okay? Now number seven, a challenging area in the field of. Okay, a challenging area in the field of. So over here, we are still talking on the gap. Okay, so for instance, your study intend to solve a particular problem, okay, or a particular challenge. Okay, so you can introduce, let's say something like a challenging area in the field of technology is blah, blah, blah. Now you are talking about your topic, okay? And then when that is done, you are going to elaborate on that. Okay, you are going to elaborate on that. Okay, number 8, an intriguing part in the field of biology is blah blah blah. Okay, now you are going to introduce your title or your topic. Number 9, present solutions of Z inconsistent with blah 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 blah. Okay, okay, so now you are still indicating gap. Okay, now number 10, current answers to Z are inadequate because blah, 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 blah. Okay, indicating the gap. Number 11, recent solution to Z are incorrect in the sense that blah, 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 blah. Okay, you are indicating the gap. Number 13, furthermore, other solutions have failed to provide. Okay, so over here, there are some solutions, but there are limitations of the solution. So it means that in your own study, you are going to target areas that were not covered by the first solution. Okay. 14, many hypotheses regarding Z seem to be ill-defined. Okay. Start indicating the gap. Okay. In the sense that blah, 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 blah. Or this is because blah, 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 blah. Okay, then you are going to indicate the actual gap. That is in literature. Okay, number 15, many theories regarding Z appear to be unfounded. Okay, appears to be unfounded. So over here, you are indicating the weakness in theories. Okay, maybe in your study, you will tend to propose a theory. So in that case, this is very, very useful. Okay, so many hypotheses regarding Z appear not to be well grounded. Get a point? Still on gap. Now you are making a way for your study to fit into the gap. Okay, number 17, the phases of Z are not well understood. Okay, which means that in your study you are going to provide clarity. Okay, not well understood. Okay, number 18, the characteristic of Z are misunderstood. Okay, so which also means that you are going to provide more understanding clarity in the situation. Number 19, although this approach is fascinating, it suffers from, okay, which means that you are going to justify a particular approach, okay, over another approach. Okay, it could be a scientific experiment, or it could be something else that you want to do. Right, number 4, stating the aim of your paper and its contribution. Okay, stating the aim of your paper and its contribution. Okay, this constitutes the last part, I think the introduction. Okay, so you can begin like, in this paper, we study blah, 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 blah. Okay, we study blah, 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 blah. Or you can say something like, in this research, we investigate blah, 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 blah. Okay, or you can say, this paper outlines a new approach to. Okay, this paper outlines a new approach to. Okay, or you can say something like, this article proposes a new method. Okay, this article proposes a new metaphor. Okay, which means that you are going to propose a methodology for doing something, approach or something like that. Number 7, this paper describes a new model for, or you can say, this research presents a new approach to. Okay, or you can say something like, this research paper examines how to unravel. Okay, which means that there is some kind of confusion or misunderstanding. Okay, or there's something like a puzzle that needs to be solved regarding a particular issue or a particular topic. Number 10, this paper seeks to address how to solve blah blah blah. Okay, this is more applicable to mathematics. Okay, how to solve blah blah blah, or more in experimental researches. Okay, number 11, this article focuses on answering the question blah 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 blah. Okay, this is applicable to all quantitative studies, especially survey studies. Number 12, this paper discusses, okay, this is more useful for qualitative studies. Okay, this study investigates the theory. This is also applicable to qualitative studies. Okay, number 14, the purpose of our work is to broaden the current knowledge of. Okay, to broaden the current knowledge of. This is useful for both quantity and quality. Okay, and then number 15, the main aim of our research is to broaden the current knowledge of. Now, you note this 14 and 15. You'll note that the main thing change here is the verb, purpose, not the noun. Here we use purpose, and then here we use aim. Okay, so that's just interplaying with changing words. This, or you can say like the central aim of our study broadens present knowledge of. Okay, so now here we say central aim. Over here we said main aim. Okay, so we are just changing words. Okay, 17. The aim of our analysis was to further broaden the current knowledge of. Okay, and then the next one, the key objective of our paper is to increase existing knowledge of. Okay, so this is applicable to literature review studies. If you are doing a meta-analysis, just literature review, okay, this is very good. Okay? Even this one, if you're doing meta-analysis, you can use this kind of approach. Number 19, the aim of our study, the aim of our study widen. There's some typo error here. Okay, there, maybe this should not come. It should be this or this. Okay, so the aim of our study broaden carrying knowledge, or we can say the aim of our study widens current knowledge. Okay, I should delete one of this here. Okay, number 21. The aim of this research is to confirm blah blah blah. Okay, 22. The purpose of this study is to evaluate blah blah blah. Okay, 23. The aim of this paper is to validate blah blah blah. Okay, the next one, the aim of this study is to determine blah blah blah. Okay, and then the next one, the objective of this study is to examine blah blah blah. Okay, so all these expressions can be used. Okay, so just take note of them. When you are writing your paper, just go through them and see which one is best for you. But 26, the aim of this study is to analyze blah blah blah. Okay, and number 5, how to explain the key terminologies in your study. Usually there are terminologies that are used in the study, and then you need to explain them or you need to define them. So this is how you can do that. Number 1, the term Z is generally understood to mean blah blah blah. The term Z has come to be used to refer to, or has been applied to. Okay. Next one. In the literature, Z usually refers to. Okay. Number 4. In literature, Z often refers to. Okay, so you see that we change usually to often. You got it? So just a change of the word. Or you can say in literature, Z tend to be used to refer to. Okay. Number 9, you can say the term Z has been used by IIM 2009 to refer to. Okay, now you are trying to link it to a particular author who gave a specific definition or explanation of the term Z. Or you can say like this: the term Z is used by IIM to refer to. Okay, it's used. Now in number 9, we say has been used. Okay, and here we are saying it's used. Okay, we can say the term Z was used by TIM 2015 to refer to. So here we are using the past tense was instead of is and has. Okay. Number 12, TIM 2015 uses the term Z to refer to. Okay. So this is also rearranging the words. Now TIM 2015 comes first. Okay. Number 13, Z is defined by Kim 2018 as blah blah. Z is defined by Kim to mean blah blah blah. Kim 2018 has provided the definition blah blah blah. Kim 2018 put forward the definition blah blah blah. Kim 2018 proposed a new definition of Z in which he explains that blah 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 blah. Okay, so we are just rephrasing the whole thing. Okay, and then when it comes to paraphrasing, these are some of the things that you can use. Okay, by just changing words and phrasing, rearranging. Okay, all right. Now over here, we have how to use terminologies and acronyms in your paper. Okay, acronyms. So number 1, the acronym IGP stands for. Okay. Number 2, the acronym IGP denotes. Okay, so now we have stand for, number 1. Number 2, we have denotes. Okay, looks beautiful. Number 3, the subject henceforth named R. Okay, the subject henceforth named R. Okay, so now you are going to mention the subject. Okay. Number 4, the subject, okay, which we shall call IGP, X, then you give the full meaning. Okay, the subject which we call IGP, or which we shall call IGP X, blah blah blah. Okay. Number 5, the subject referred to as IGP X, blah blah blah. Okay, so take note how we are putting everything together here. Okay. Number 6, throughout the paper, the term zombie refers to blah blah blah. Okay, so we are defining an operational term here. Okay, now operational term is zombie. The zombie can mean anything. Okay, so you have to give your own operational definition. Number 7, in this paper, we use the term we use the term zombie to refer to blah, blah, blah. Number 8, in this paper, we shall use the term zombie to refer to. Okay? Now, number 7 here, how to give the components of your paper. Okay? Inclusion and exclusion. So how to give the different components of your paper. Okay, so you can present it like this. This paper is organized into introduction, methodology, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Or you can say this paper is divided into 5 sections. And then you continue talking about the sections. Or you can say this section provides blah, blah, blah. Now you are talking about a particular section. Or you can say section 1 gives a brief overview of. Okay, now you are talking about section 1. Okay? Or you can say the second section examines blah, blah, blah. Okay? Or you can say this paper begins by examining blah, blah, blah. Or you can put it this way. This paper begins by, now this chapter begins by examining. Now you see the difference here. Here is paper, here is chapter. Okay? Then number 8, this section begins by examining. So we have used section, chapter, and paper. Then putting it in different ways. Or you can say this subsection begins by examining blah, blah, blah. Number 10, you can say something like, the next chapter looks at the question of. Okay, the next chapter looks at the question of. Or you can say, the next section examines the question of. Blah, blah, blah. Okay? Number 12, the next section investigates the question of. Okay, now let's look at number 9. Giving general view of past to present literature. Giving general view of past to present literature. Now we are moving into literature review. Okay? So, number 1, there are considerable few examples of. Okay? Let's assume that you are discussing some particular issues, okay, that has effect on maybe particular group of people, or has effect on particular group of animals or something like that. So we can say something like there are considerable few examples, okay, of COVID variants which have affected the people in this particular area. Okay, so something like that. Number 2, you can say like there is considerable vast amount of literature on. Okay, vast amount of literature on. Or you can say something like, in the literature there are many, okay, blah blah blah. There are many researchers who have reported that blah blah blah. Okay, but don't forget that in all these examples you have to support them with reference. Okay, or you can say something like, in the literature there are several examples of. Or you can say, in the literature there are surprising number of researchers who have indicated that blah blah blah. Now number 6, various approaches have been proposed to solve this issue of, okay, various approaches have been proposed to solve this issue of COVID, or to solve this issue of the impact of COVID on young people. Okay, or you can say something like, many researchers have put forward to solve this issue. Okay, or something like, numerous researchers have suggested to solve this issue. Okay, or you can say something like, various researchers have hypothesized to solve this issue. Okay, then like I mentioned, there should always be a supported reference. Okay, there should always be supported reference. Number 10, a growing body of literature has examined the problem of blah blah blah, or have examined the issue of blah blah blah. Or you can say that a growing number of literature has investigated the problem of blah blah blah. Or you can say a growing body of literature has studied the issue of. Okay, so you see here that we have different expressions used here. We have examined, investigated, studied. No? Or you can say a growing body of study has analyzed blah blah blah. So here, instead of literature, we are using study. Here we use research. Okay, research, literature, and study. Okay, number 14 can say a growing body of literature has evaluated blah blah blah. Okay, so after you make that statement, okay, you need to provide the references. Okay, now number 10, we are reviewing past literature. So we can say something like, in a seminal paper of Thompson and Jackson 2011, the researchers reported that blah 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 blah, or the researchers indicated that blah 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 blah, or the researchers posits that blah 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 blah, or the researchers highlights that blah 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 blah, or the researchers mention that blah 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 blah. Okay, so you can play with words. Okay, keep playing it with words. Number 2, in the groundbreaking paper of Thompson and Jackson. Now you notice here that in number 1 we say seminal paper. Now we say groundbreaking paper. Okay, so we are just playing with words here. Now number 3, we can say that in the cut-edging paper of Thompson and Jackson. Okay, now we are talking about cutting edge. Okay, cutting edge paper. No more groundbreaking or seminal. Okay, the next one, we can, it goes like this. Initial work, okay, in this subject focused on, okay, initial work on this subject focused. So over here too, even though it's literature review, but even in literature review, there still need to be some gap, which is illustrated. Okay, number 5, preliminary work on this topic focus primarily on. Okay, so over here, so you see that over here we have initial work, and over here we have preliminary work. Okay, get this very clearly. Okay, now the next thing here is describing purpose of testing and methods. So those of you who are in chemistry, biology, physics, agriculture, and those things, this will be useful to you. Okay, so you can say something like, the test was done in order to identify, or in order to understand, or in order to investigate, or in order to study, or in order to analyze. Okay, so these are just words. It was done in order to identify, understand, investigate, study. So whichever makes more clear, makes you feel good. Okay, you just choose that. Or you can say something like, this method was used was used to enable, okay, enable us to, or to allow us to, okay. Or you can say something like, the analysis was carried out to see, or to determine, or to check, or to verify, or to determine whether blah blah blah. You get a point? So we have a buffet of words here, which you can use them. Okay, I mean, the beauty is when you have a lot of vocabulary to choose from. So you don't just get stuck. Sometimes it's so boring when I receive paper and it seems like the same expression is used through the entire paper. You get a point? Okay, so you need to have buffet of words. Um, okay, or how do you call it, buffet? Where you have buffet of words, and then you can choose from there. Number 4, the approach was adapted to control or to test for. Okay, so instead of saying the method, we are saying approach here. Get a point? Okay, and then you can say something like, okay, the next thing here is we are talking about to outline similarities with models used by other authors. Maybe your model is similar to the model of a model, because you can say something like the method used, okay, the method we use can be found, okay, in blah 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 blah, or can be found in, okay, so what follows, you are going to indicate the study where you found the method. You get a point? Okay, it can be found in the study of maybe Max 2008, Max 2019 or whatever. Or you can say our model bears resemblance to Max 2016. Okay, or you can say like my approach is reminiscence of John 2019. Okay, or you can say that our approach is based on the study of March 2020. Okay, or you can say this model is a variation of John 2016. Okay, or you can say something like this model is more or less identical to the model used by John 2012. Okay, or you can say something like this design is practically the same as the one proposed by blah 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 by John 2012. Okay, and then you need to provide references. Okay, you have to provide references. All right. Now, number 8, you can say something like, we refined, or we altered, or we adapted, or we modified, or we revised the method, or you can say we used, or we reported, or we suggested, or we explained, or we proposed, or we put forth. You get a point? Then the reference comes. Okay, so for those of you in the physical sciences, or this is good for you. Okay? You can use all these words. You can use all these words. Okay, all right. So let me put it in another way. We can say we refined. Okay, we refined the method put forward by the 2012. Okay, or we can say that we refined, okay, the approach, okay, we refined the approach used by put forward by Bing 2012, or we altered the method suggested by Bing 2012. Okay, so you just play with words, get what you want. Number 9, you can say something like our technique was loosely, or you can say was partially, or you can say was partly or you can say to some extent based. Okay, so our technique was based on, was mostly based on, please, your microphone is on. Your microphone. Please, your microphone. There is noise in the background. Okay, so let's continue. Number 9. Our technique was loosely, partly to some extent based on. Okay, so you can just choose which word is good for you. Now let's talk about describing the apparatus and materials used in your study. If you are not using apparatus, don't worry, because there's a section based on survey studies, and those of you in the social sciences, don't worry. Number 1, the instrument used, utilized, or adopted, or employed was blah, 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 blah. So we can say that the instrument used or the instrument we adopted, okay, was bought from blah, 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 was purchased from blah, 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 was borrowed from blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Or you can say the apparatus consists of, okay, consists of blah, blah, blah. Or the apparatus is made up of blah, blah, blah. Or is composed of. Or you can say the apparatus is based on blah, blah, blah. Okay, to meet more your own need. Number 3, you can say something like, the device was designed or was developed or was set up in order to investigate blah, 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 and blah. Okay, so you can just choose which is best for you. Or you can say something like, Z was obtained from, or Z was supplied by Big Company Incorporated. Now here you are indicating where you bought your equipment from, okay, or where you got it from. Number 5, Z was kindly provided or was kindly supplied by Prof. Big, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now let's talk about reporting software you use. Maybe you use some software for your data analysis or anything. So you can say something like, the software application / program / package used to analyze the data was. Okay? The software used to analyze the data was. Or you can say something like, the data were obtained using, then you mention the name of the software, okay? The data were obtained using, or the data was analyzed using, and so on and so forth, okay? Or you can say the data were collected using blah, blah, blah. Or you can say the data management was performed using SPSS 20 and 2020 package, or 2021 or whatever. Okay. Number 5, data analysis was performed by, okay, and then you can say we use commercially available software, blah, blah, blah. Then the name of the software will follow. Or you can say something like, we use a commercially available software, then the name of the software follows. Or something like, free software downloaded from www.free.edu was used or was adapted to the data analysis. Okay. Number 12, reporting customization performed. Maybe you use a software or something or method, but you customize it. How do you report it? Okay. You can say something like, Z was custom for use in the study. Okay, or you can say something like, measurements were taken using purpose built / custom built or customized equipment, blah blah blah. Then the name of the equipment follows. Okay, which means that it's a customized equipment you use. Or you can say something like, the apparatus, blah blah blah, was used in this particular study. Okay, so you are going to state the name of the apparatus here. And then you have to provide a reference why you use the apparatus. Then number 4, you can say something like, the apparatus used, I think something is missing. The apparatus was used in accordance with. Okay, the apparatus was used in accordance with. Okay, all right. So this time you are going to quote an author. Okay, whose use of that apparatus is in line with on your own use. Okay, but you have to remember to provide reference. And then number 5, you can say something like, following changes, modification, the following changes or the following modifications were made. Is that a point? Which means that you customize, you perform some changes on the equipment or the apparatus or the software. Number 13, formulating equations, theories, and theorems. Those of you in mathematics, chemistry, okay, or physics, this is more applicable to you. So you can say something like, this problem can be outlined in terms of, okay, can be outlined in terms of. Or you can say something like, this question can be phrased in terms of, okay? And then you can say something like, this question can be posed in terms of, okay? Or you can say something like, the problem is ruled by, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the problem is ruled by, blah, blah, blah. Now, number 5, you can say something like, this problem is governed by, okay, by the law of thermodynamics or by the law of gravity and so on and so forth. Okay, or you can say something like, the issue is related to, or it's correlated to. You get a point? It's related to or correlated to. Okay. Or you can say like, this theorem asserts that. Or you can say something like, this theorem states that. Okay, maybe you are talking about Pythagoras theorem or some other theorem. Okay, number 9, you can say something like, by substituting, okay, okay, or you can say substituting A for B, or substituting A into C, you get this and that and that. This has to do with mathematics or physics here. Okay, so get it? And the next thing is combining or integrating or eliminating. We have this and this. Okay, combining equation A and B, we get that. Integrating equation A into C, we get that. By eliminating equation A, we have that. Okay, or you can say something like, taking advantage of, exploiting, making use of equation A, we derive blah blah blah. Okay, or you can say something like, on combining the result of Z, we produce or we conclude that. Okay, or you can say something like, subtracting X from Y, okay, we have that or we obtain that or we get blah blah blah. Or you can say something like, okay, equation 1 shows, or equation 1 reveals that. Okay, now let's look at this here. Explaining why you choose specific method, model, equipment, sample, or etc. Okay, so you can say something like, the aim for choosing this model is to blah, blah, blah. Or you can say like, the purpose for choosing this equipment is to. Now remember, we are not talking about the objective, but we are talking about the reason you use a particular method, a particular approach, or a particular tool or software, and so on and so forth. Okay, you can say something like, consequently, we use the sample to blah, blah, blah. Or you can say something like, as a result, we were able to, okay? As a result of using this model, we were able to blah, 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 okay? Or you can say something like, this method or this model, or you can say like this, this system was chosen because it is one of the most practical, or you can say it's one of the most feasible, or one of the most economic, or the most rapid ways to, okay, rapid ways to conduct this kind of experiment, or anything like that, okay. Or you can say something like, we chose this particular apparatus because blah, 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 blah. Or you can say something like, this tool was used on account of the fact that, or you can say, due to, or since, okay? This tool was used since blah, blah, blah. Or this tool was used due to the fact that blah, 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 okay? Or you can say something like, it was decided that the best procedure, method, equipment for investigating, for this investigation, this study was to, okay? Or let me take it again. It was decided that the best procedure, okay, for this investigation was to use the software, so on and so forth. Or you can say something like, it was decided that the best method, okay, for this investigation is blah, blah, blah. Okay, now let's look at the next thing here. Explaining preparation of samples and solutions. So you can say that we use reliable, okay, reliable procedures based on recommendations. Or you can say we use innovative procedures based on the recommendations of. Or you can say something like, we use classic procedures based on the recommendations of. Okay, so whichever expression is best for you, you can use it. Or number two, we adopted traditional techniques based on the recommendations of. Or you can say, samples were prepared as described by blah, 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 blah. Or you can say something like, samples were prepared according to. Okay, then you bring the name of the author or the source by which you are preparing your samples. You can say something like, samples were prepared following blah, blah, blah. Following the study of blah, blah, blah. Okay, study of March 2019, and so on and so forth. Or you can say something like, samples were prepared in accordance with, in compliance with, or as required by. Okay, you can use any of these expressions. Number seven, sample was gradually, okay, or was slowly, or was rapidly, or was gently heated. Okay, so you can use any of these expressions. Number eight, the final, or the resultant solution contained. Okay, so the final solution contained, or the resultant solution contained, blah, 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 contain 6 moles of hydrogen chloride, or hydrogen sulfate, or sodium chloride, and so on and so forth, whatever it is. Or you can say that this was done by means of, or this was done using, or this was done with a calculator, and so on and so forth. Okay, number 14, outline selection procedure for sample or surveying. Okay, so now we are not talking about experiment, okay? We are talking about survey here. We are talking about survey, okay? So you can say something like the traditional or the classic approach to sample collection is to, okay? Or you can say like the classic approach to sample collection is to, okay? Is to, okay? Number 2, you can say something like the criteria, okay, for selecting the sample where, okay, or the reason for selecting the sample where, okay? Or number 3, you can say something like the sample was selected or subdivided on the basis of group A and group B, okay? The sample was collected on the basis of group A and B, or was subdivided on the basis of group A and group B, okay? Number 4, you can say something like, the initial sample consisted of, okay? Assuming that your study was a mixed method study. So initially you use qualitative, and then later you use quantitative. So the first qualitative sample becomes your initial sample, okay? And then the quantitative study becomes your lateral sample, okay? Or vice versa, depending on what you do. But 5, you can say something like, the preliminary sample was made up of, okay? The preliminary sample was made up of, okay? So over here, you can say something was made up of 160 respondents, okay? Or 160 teachers, and so on and so forth, okay? Or you can say something, initial sample composed of 6 teachers, 3 administrators, and 100 students. Okay, that's your initial sample. Okay, number 7, you can say something like, in all cases, respondents, or you can say subject, participant, consent was obtained. Okay, so usually you are supposed to get a consent of your respondent. Okay, so this is how you can present it. In all cases, respondents' consent was obtained, or subject or participant. Usually we use participant most of the time for qualitative studies, and then we use respondent, subject for quantitative. Number 8, you can say that interviews were performed, okay, performed informally, or you can say that interviews were conducted informally or were carried out informally, okay, whichever way you want to put it. Or you can say something like, the interviewees were divided, okay, were divided into 2 groups on the basis of, okay, maybe you divided the sample into clusters or something, okay. You can say interviews were split into, were broken down into 2 groups, okay, based on blah, 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 okay, like this. Okay, now indicating the time frame, okay, for your study, indicating the time frame. Number 1, you can say something like, initial study were made. Okay, we can say initial study were performed using the conditions described for a period of 5 months. Okay, maybe your study was in phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Okay, so this is how you can state it. Or you can say something like, preliminary research was done, or was carried out, or was executed, okay, using conditions described for the duration, for a duration of maybe 3 months, 1 year, or whatever it is. Okay, so you get this one. Or you can say something like, sample was collected, okay, uh, during the first step. Or you can say during the initial step. Or you can say samples were used, or samples were tested, okay, uh, during the initial step, or was assessed during the initial step. So whatever it is, you can just choose any of the words, okay, to meet your particular need, okay. Number four, you can say prior to, okay, prior to data analysis, or prior to data gathering, okay, or before doing the initial test, okay, we did blah 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 blah, okay. Maybe you have some initial procedures, okay, that you do, okay, before the actual study started, okay. So you can say something that prior to data gathering, okay, parental consent was sought. You got a point, okay. Or prior to testing, all the apparatus were sterilized. Whatever the situation is, just use it to fit your own situation. So here, indicating the time frame, okay, in a general process. So you can say something like, in the first term, we did blah 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 blah. Okay, you can say something like, during the first phase, we did blah 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 blah. Okay, the initial stage of the process was blah 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 blah. Or you can say something like, once, okay, or as soon as, or something like, after sampling had been done, we continue to, okay, we continue to, okay. Or you can say something like, this set the stage for the second method to begin. Okay, maybe you are just done with the first part of your study, and then you are beginning with the second study. So to report it, you can put it in that way. Okay, or you can say something like, after, or when, or as soon as this step had been carried out, we did blah 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 blah. Okay, or you can say something like, with the completion of these steps, we carried out the data analysis, okay, or we carried out the testing of the system, so on and so forth. Okay, or you can say something like, when these steps had been completed, we were now ready to. We're now ready to. Okay, so it means that you have finished or completed the initial process, and then you're moving on to the next step. Okay, so you can say something like, this method represents a viable alternative to. Okay, now you are describing benefits of your method or your equipment. Okay, so this method represents a viable alternative to. Or you can say something like, this approach represents a valuable or a useful solution to. Okay, or you can say something like, this model provides a groundbreaking substitute to, or an innovative substitute to. Okay, so that is very well. Okay, or you can say something like, this equipment has the capacity or potential to outperform previous method or previous methods. okay, or previous approaches, and so on and so forth. Or you can say something like, this apparatus has several or has many interesting features or characteristics, okay? Or you can say that our method has many interesting or many attractive, beneficial, useful, practical, effective, valuable applications. Okay, so you can use any of these expressions to bring in whatever point that you want to use. Now let's talk about discussion. Okay, so explaining how you got your result, explaining how you got your result. Okay, so you can say something like, to assess, evaluate variable A. Okay, this approach was used to. Okay, this approach was used to. Now we are in the discussion. Or you can say something like, to distinguish between A and B, okay, comparative analysis was employed. Okay, comparative analysis was employed. Or you can say something like, Z analysis was used to test or predict or to confirm, blah, blah, blah. Okay, or you can say something like, changes in A were identified or calculating or comparing using blah, 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 and blah. Okay, so you can use any of these expressions. Or now explaining how you got your result. Okay, so you can say something like, the correlation or the difference between A and B was tested using blah, 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 and blah. Okay, or you can say something like, the first set of analysis investigated slash examined Z. Or you can say the second analysis confirmed or highlighted the impact of. Okay, now reported result from our questionnaire and interviews. Okay, so you can say something like, of the study population or initial sample, 90 subjects completed. Okay, so maybe you distributed 100 questionnaire, but only 90 submitted them. So that is how you can state it. Or you can say something like, the response rate was 70%, okay, after or for the first 6 months, okay, depending on the duration of your study, okay. Or you can say something like, here reporting result from questionnaires and interviews. You can say something like, the majority of respondents, like those who responded, felt that. Okay, so here we are talking about interviews. Okay, they felt that. Okay, and this is also applicable to a quantitative study, which involves survey or something like that. Or you can say something like, over half or 60% of those surveyed or questioned reported that blah, blah, blah. Or you can say something that almost just under 50% of the sample took part in the survey. Or you can say something like, approximately 2/3, okay, of the participants said or felt or commented that, okay. Or you can say something like, only or just a small number or slash 15% of those interviewed, of those reported or suggested indicated that. So just a few number, okay, of those interviewed indicated that or reported that. Or you can say that of the 92 subjects who completed the questionnaire or took part in the survey or slash agreed to participate, okay? You can say again, I read again, of the 92 who completed the questionnaire, okay, or slash took part in the survey, okay, or agreed to participate, okay. So now you are indicating how many people took part in the survey. So that's how you can put it. 92, I think this is not complete. Okay, okay. So this is not complete. This is the other part. So I read this again. Of the 92 subjects who completed the survey slash took part in the survey or agreed to participate, just under or over half of them replied that. Okay, so just under or over half of them reply that. Okay, so that is how you can put it. Okay, or you can say that a small minority of or hardly any or very few participants indicated that. Okay, but remember this, every time you use expression like few participants or hardly any, okay, you need to indicate the actual percentage, and you have to put a figure to emphasize what you are saying. If not, the editor or the reviewer will assume it's just, okay, so take note of this. Or you can say something like, in response to question 3, okay, most or nearly all, you can say the majority of those surveyed indicated that. Okay, right? This time you are telling you are telling the number of people who gave a particular kind of answer. Or you can say something like, when the subject were asked about faith or were questioned on faith, the majority questioned that, commented that. Okay, when the subjects were asked or questioned on faith, the majority commented that. So even in this situation, majority, you have to put a percentage here. So majority means what? Is it 10% or 90%? You have to indicate, okay? Or you can say something like, several responses, okay, to this question was surprisingly or unexpectedly or very or quite negative, okay. So the overall response to this was surprisingly negative, okay, the overall, okay. So get this very clearly. Now number 17, stating what you found, okay. You can say something like, the test reviewed or showed or highlighted that. Or you can say that strong or some no evidence of X was found. Okay, you can say strong evidence of X was found, or some evidence of X was found, or no evidence of X was found. Or you can say something like, interestingly or surprisingly, or you can say something like, unexpectedly, for high values of X, okay, Y was found. Okay, you can say that there was a significant positive or no correlation between A and B. Okay, or you can say something like, on average or generally speaking or broadly speaking, we found values for C of, okay, then the value will come. Or you can say something like, the average or mean score for variable B was blah blah blah. Or you can say something like, this result is significant only at 0.01%, or exclusive, okay, at 0.01%. Or you can say something like, further analysis, okay, show that, or further tests show that, or further examination or replication show that. Okay, now stating what you did not find, okay, stating what you didn't find. So you can say something like, no significant difference or correlation was found or identified or reviewed or detected or observed or highlighted between variable A and B. Okay, so you can use any of these words, or you can say something like, there was no significant difference between variable B and C in terms of blah, blah, blah. Okay, or you can say something like, there was no significant difference between A and D with regards to, or as far as velocity is concerned. Okay, maybe in other areas there is significant difference, but regarding velocity, there is no significant difference. Okay, or you can say something like, the analysis did not show or reveal or identify or confirm any significant difference between variable A and B. Or you can say something like, none of these differences were, okay, or not one of these differences was statistically significant. Okay, that is how you can put it. Or you can say something like, overall, or taken as a whole, or generally speaking, or with a few exemptions, our results show X did not affect Y, or A did not affect B. Okay, or you can say something like, now, okay, this is highlighting significant result achievement. Okay, you can say something like, the most striking, remarkable result to emerge from this data is that blah, blah, blah. Okay, or you can say something like, interestingly, or curiously, or remarkably, or inexplicably, this correlation is related to blah, blah, blah. Or you can say something like, significantly, importantly, crucially, critically, variable C is related to blah, blah, blah. Or variable C is not related to blah, blah, blah. Okay, and so on and so forth. Okay, now correlation. So you say the correlation between variable E and F is interesting. Okay, or of great of interest because, okay, of great interest because. You can say something like, the difference between variable B and C is worth noting, or is noteworthy, or not mentioned because blah, blah, blah. Okay, get it very clear. Okay, you can say something like, the most surprising or remarkable or intriguing correlation is with the blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's with the type of variable A and B. Okay, or it's with the level of knowledge of students compared to teachers. Okay, and so on and so forth. Or you can say something like, the single most striking or conspicuous or marked observation to emerge from data comparison was blah, blah, blah. Okay, now you are trying to mention the most highlighted component of your data or your result. Okay, or you can say something like this. Okay, our technique shows a clear advantage over, okay, our finding clearly has an advantage over. The importance of this finding cannot be stressed or emphasized. This underlines, highlights, stress, proves, demonstrates just how important this finding is because blah, blah, blah. Or you can say something like, the utility of variable Z is thus underlined or highlighted, stressed, proved, or demonstrated. Or you can say something like, this finding confirms, okay, or points to, or highlights, or reinforces, or validates the usefulness of modular learning or the usefulness of online learning and so on and so forth. Or you can say our study provide additional support for or further evidence for or considerable insight into blah, blah, blah. Okay? Or you can say something like, these results extend or further or widen our knowledge of. Okay? Or you can now stating that your results are in contrast with previous finding. Okay, so you can say something like, it was found that H2O is equal to 2, whereas, or on the other hand, TOM 2020 found that blah, blah, blah. Okay, so now your H2O is 2, but TOM 2020 report maybe said something different, okay? Or you can say something like, we found much higher value for P than the report by TOM 2020. Or you can say something like, we found much higher values for P with respect to those reported by Handley 2000. Or you can say something like, although despite the fact that Zoo and March 2018 found that H2O is equal to 4, we found that H2O is equal to 8. Okay, now you are trying to bring a contrast between your finding and the finding of another researcher. Okay, or you can say something like, in contradiction with earlier findings of May 2009, we found that blah, blah, blah. Okay, we found that H2O is equal to 8. Or you can say something like, this study has not confirmed previous research on the causes of COVID 2019. However, or nevertheless, or in spite of this, it serves to report, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so your findings are different from the finding of other studies. Right, next one. Even though these results differ from some public or previous or earlier studies, then you put the earlier studies in parentheses. They are consistent with those of. So this means that your study agrees with some researchers, but does not agree with some other researchers. Okay, so you are going to indicate particular researchers that your study is in contradiction with, and then you are going to mention researchers that your study is in line with. Okay, so the next thing here is example, Bu 2000 and Bu et al. 2015 noted that blindness is caused by blah blah blah. However, our result did not support, okay, this particular finding. Our research indicate that blindness is caused by blah blah blah. Okay, so take note of this. So, however, our results appear to corroborate or seem to confirm their observation. In fact, blah blah blah. Okay. Now, okay, this is the end of this presentation. Okay, so there are several what do you call it? Several expressions that you can use. Okay, so in our training next month, as part of the package of the training, I'm going to give this book. Okay, the whole book with all the expressions, okay, so that you can explore them. So if you join the training for next month, likely you are going to have that book, so that you can have access to all the expressions that are found in the book. Okay. So any questions before we we tackle our last presentation. We have 30 minutes to go. It's 4 o'clock already. So I hope we can finish our last presentation in 30 minutes. If not, we have to extend the time a little bit. I hope you will agree with me. Okay, so any suggestions, any clarifications, any
Sir,
yes, sir.
I have two pending research paper. I haven't been able to finish it, and uh, because I have a hard time uh, justifying the research, the importance of research, because it's really more of an institutional issue. One paper is about the I use the importance performance analysis gap. It's really more of how are we doing as an institution, as a university, in providing the services that the students, the kind of services we provide to the students. So we ask about the importance of the service and uh, how are we doing in that service. So that's one. Another is really I process uh, the verbal comments of the OJT supervisors of our students when they underwent OJT. So I process the strengths and weaknesses of their OJT, and I clustered the comments into 7 soft skills. And again, the study is really more of uh, an institutional issue. So uh, my challenge is really uh, gap, as
The
you
gap.
pointed out in the gap. So use of the research is really for the institution, the growth of the
Okay.
institution, and how are we doing, and what kind of changes should we undergo? Should we uh, institute, no, to address the gaps in the performance of in our performance and in the performance of our students, so that they can be employable. So uh, are those are those gaps valid? Are the gaps valid, and what kind of uh because the gap is really just how are we doing, because it's really for institutional use. So I have a hard time justifying the research for publication, because I do not know what is the use of the research other than it will benefit the institution.
Okay.
So
Okay.
if the gap is that a valid gap, a valid research gap?
Yeah, as long as your study was conducted to investigate a particular question or was conducted to fix a particular problem, it means that there is a gap. Yeah, but the issue is how you present the gap. Okay, if you are not able to present the gap very well, then whoever reads the paper not know the importance of the gap. So to be able to outline the gap very well, okay, you need to begin with a brief history of issues in the school. So far as like you talk about OJT, okay, so you have to mention some of the problems that that is related to the OJT, beginning from that note, and then you narrow it down why it is important to conduct the study. And then after the study is conducted, how useful is it going to be to that institution? Okay, so if you don't begin with a brief history, it will put everything out of context. Okay, so you have to describe a little the background of like OJT or like anything. Okay, so so far as your study is concerned, and then when that is done, you narrow it down to talk about particular issues regarding OJT or particular issue regarding any particular topic you want to address. Then after that, you talk about how useful the study is going to be, okay, to the institution. So as much as that is very clear, the paper can be published. Yeah, because we have already published a couple of institutional papers. I mean, they were just written for the institution, like the whole region or district or something. Yeah, but if the gap is clear or the problem you are trying to solve is very clear, then it's likely that you can get it published. Okay, so please take note of this one. Okay, take note of this. Okay, all right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
yeah. Let me see. There are some questions here. Let me see if I can address them. Okay, let me see. I'm just gonna read the questions here. Okay, we still have some questions here about the past presentation. Okay, so this is from Sir Louis. He's saying that I just wonder why is it that in the different steps in organizing a research paper you presented, you made mention that composing descriptive title is step 8. Why not step 1? Okay, okay. All right, Sir Louis, you have to understand this, that the whole paper, okay, uh, in capsule is just the title, okay, it's just the title. So according to Scopus and ISI standard, okay, you will not be able to craft a good title uh, for your research paper until you are done preparing the whole format. Because when you are done preparing the whole format, now you have a clear understanding of the whole component of the paper. And then you'll be in the position to be able to write a very clear title. This is the opposite to writing the research itself. Usually when you are writing a research, the first thing is to come with a research topic, okay? Remember, research topic is not the same as research title. Research topic is different from research title. Okay, so title can be changed many times, but topic does not change. Okay, so Louis, okay, so your topic in writing your thesis or dissertation is the first thing, but your title is the last thing. Get it very clearly. Okay, your title does not come first, but your topic comes first, because the title can be changed many times, especially during your defense. Your final defense, you can change the title, but they don't change the topic. Okay, because the topic is related to the problem you are trying to solve. Okay, so titles can change many times depending on the direction of the paper. So according to Scopus and ISI standards, in preparing your journal paper, the last thing you need to do, not the last thing, this is step 8. Okay, then step 8 is the title. Don't forget, we are not talking about topic here. We are talking about title. Okay. So, Sir Louis, let me know if I answered your question. If it's not answered, maybe I can add more to that.
Thank you
Okay.
so much. Thank you so
Okay.
much, sir.
Okay.
I have additional request. This is not actually a question. I have a request.
Okay.
Can you then at least, sir, provide us a list of ISI or Scopus index journals for us to browse or for us to consider for our future publications?
Yes, sir.
ISI and Scopus index.
Yes, sir. That is our last presentation. I'm sure you have to find it.
Okay, sir. I think that's an advanced request.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, we have another one here, follow up. How can we come up with figures or tables and so on and so forth? Okay, if you don't have the title. Usually, you don't come up with a table, okay? When you have your data and you input it into the statistical software, okay, the statistical software is going to produce the tables for you. Okay, so you don't produce the table or the figure yourself, okay? Like me, I don't do the analysis because I have so many things to do. I have a statistician. I just give the data to them. They are expert in doing that. Okay, I did not major in statistics in school, so I believe in expert work. So I always want the expert to do it. So I give the data to them, and then they'll come up with a table. That is all. Okay, so it's not something you are going to do. But however, if you analyze the data by yourself, then the SPSS or whatever software you use is going to give you the tables and the figures. Okay, so that is how it is. Okay, and then another question here. Okay, okay, I see something like how how is how different is this from Swale's cars model? Sir Louis, Sir Luke, what do you mean with this question? I don't get you.
About your, it's about your presentation, sir. The structure of the paper. I think it, yung CARS model advises the researcher to follow para 3 moves in writing the introduction. I think it's essentially the same. First, you have to justify the research.
Yeah.
Then find the gap. There are 3 moves. Swales described 3 moves in writing the introduction.
Okay. I get you. Okay. So there are a couple of approaches. Usually, I use the Highland move model, which is 4 moves. Okay, it's 4 moves that compared to the Swales model. The Highland 2000 model has 4 moves for writing the introduction. But whatever it is, the most important thing is the essential component of the introduction is captured. Sometimes some of the moves combine two moves together. So it could be that the Swales cost model combines two of the Highland 2000 move model. But I guess the most important thing is you are able to present a good introduction. So what I presented is the Highland 2000 model for writing introduction. That is 4 moves. Okay, that is 4 moves. Okay, any question? How about you, the rest? Is everything clear to everyone? Okay, if there's no more question, we are going to move on to our last presentation.
Sir,
hello, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Paul.
We just want, or can you allow us to get the recorded copy of your presentation?
Yes, everybody has a copy of the presentation. Actually, I emailed it already.
I mean, sir,
sure.
the presentation this morning, the whole day presentation, the recorded copy.
Okay, the recorded copy, everybody will have to. I will send a video to you by Tuesday. Everyone will have the recorded video.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, so let's discuss our last topic, which has to do with steps in publishing in a scientific journal. So in here, I'm going to provide you with a list of Scopus journals, or I will show you how you can find Scopus journal, okay, to get your paper published, okay, without hard time at all. Okay, so let's move on. I will move a little faster because time is gone. Okay, so let's dive deep here. Okay, so we are talking about steps to publishing in scientific journal. This PowerPoint has not been emailed to you yet, so I will email that together with the videos. Okay. All right. So now let's begin with an introduction. So understanding the paper publishing process might be crucial, okay, for many new authors. If you're already an experienced guy, maybe you know the process already. So this paper publishing process presentation might be useful for many authors who are seeking to submit their papers, okay, in scholarly journal, okay, by adhering to publication ethics. Okay, so it's like this. It's like this. Okay. So number one, you need to have an original work. Okay. Your work needs to be original. Now, one problem is that for most people, most researchers, they don't really take their research serious, and that is why publication becomes. Okay, so your work needs to be original. I mean, if you really want to publish your paper, then you have to consider working on a topic which is very, very important topic. Okay, not a repetition of a work or repetition of somebody's work. Okay, so over here we are saying that you need to have research work, okay, of current interest, original research work, and then you prepare the manuscript. Okay, you prepare the manuscript, then you submit the manuscript, then it goes through peer review. Okay, so when it goes through peer review, this is what is going to happen. There will be a decision on the paper. Okay, it will either be accepted or denied or declined. Okay, so sometimes it will require revision. If it's accepted, then you have to be happy, and that is it. But if it's declined, you just have to look, you have to ask the editor why the paper was declined. And he will give you reason. The reason will help you to improve the paper and make it better. So this is the process, but we are going to discuss it into more detail. Okay, so let's move on. So major steps involved in publishing research paper. Okay, from manuscript preparation to publishing, they are as follows. Okay, so number one, perform research work. Okay, now this is the thing, original research work, okay, of current interest. Okay, scholars should focus on high quality research to enable advancement, to enable advancement in the field. So the paper you are working on, make sure it's really quality. Okay, an extensive literature review will help for in finding current challenges in the field. Okay, so usually before you start your study, you really need to do extensive literature review. Okay, very important. Number two, you need to prepare the manuscript. So already we have discussed how to prepare the manuscript. So over here, identify a journal with aims and scope, okay, to your research. And then this is the time when the author requires to find all details and policy of the journal, including copyright, authorship, submission, policy, and publication charges. Okay, so after finding a suitable journal, now you format your manuscript according to the author guideline of the targeted journal. Okay, so while you are writing up you need to come with what you believe a unique hypothesis, okay, based on your work, okay, on robust data, and use an appropriate research methodology. Okay, so provide theoretical insight and share theoretical and practical implications of your work. Okay, sometimes when you write your thesis dissertation, uh, maybe your panel would not or might not comment so much on your theory and so on and so forth. But during the paper preparation, if there's a need to improve your methodology, please do so. Yeah, because publishing is more difficult than defense. Okay, that's one thing you have to know. Number three, do not rush to submit your article for publication. So what do you do? Be proactive in your approach and attitude, okay, to reduce the chance of rejection. So then what next? You have to carefully reread your manuscript at different times, okay, and perhaps at different places. So you have to reread and go over and over to make sure that you are doing the right thing. Okay, because sometimes reading the paper once, you will not be able to spot out every error in the paper. Okay, so what do you do? Rereading helps to identify the most common problems and shortcomings in the manuscript, which might otherwise be overlooked. Okay, so share your manuscript with your colleagues, okay, and other researchers in your network. Okay, and then you can get some feedback from them. All right, now you have to select an ideal journal. Okay, what does it mean? You can ask your colleagues or your mentors about the most appropriate journal to submit your paper to. So finding the right journal for your article can dramatically improve the chances of acceptance and ensure, okay, and ensure it reaches the target uh, audience. Okay, uh, you can use uh, Elsevier Journal Finder or Web of Science Journal Finder, or you can use SciMego. Okay, I will show you in a moment how you can do this. Okay, so research ethics and policies of all scholarly journals suggest that authors should submit a manuscript to only one journal at a time. Now let me take you to my desk, my laptop. Let me show you how you can get to know journals. Okay. Now I'm here on my laptop. Okay. Now we are going to go to Web of Science. I'm going to type in Web of Science. Okay. If you're looking for paper, that's what you do. Now, Web of Science Master Journal Links. Okay, Web of Science Master Journal Links. Okay, so we are going to open, and then what we are going to do is you have to create an account here. Okay, you have to create an account. If you want I mean, a better use. You can, if you have account, just log in. If you don't have account, just create a free account. Okay. Okay. If we don't have account, let's see. Let's assume that you want a journal in chemistry. So I'm going to type in chemistry journals. Okay. If I type in chemistry journals, okay, a whole list of journals will be, okay, a whole list of journals will be provided. So these are all chemistry journals. Okay. So how do I know that this journal is good for my paper? Or how do I know it's really suitable? Okay. There are several things you have to consider when you are selecting uh, a journal. Number one, you have to consider the number of issues per year. Number of issues per year. Okay. If a journal issue is once a year or twice a year, when you submit your paper, it will take like 6 months to 1 year before you hear from the journal. Okay, publication typically will be around 6 months to 1 year after submission, even if assuming your paper is accepted. Okay, so usually it's more appropriate to choose journals with publication issues 3, 4, 5, 6 or more issues per year. Okay, so let's assume that the journal has 4 issues per year. That will mean that they publish paper every 3 months. So if they publish paper every 3 months, it means that the peer review process is about 2 months, okay, or at most 3 months. So you can get your paper published faster, okay, if you choose a journal with publication issues about 3 or 4 or more a year. Another thing is that if the issues are 3 or more times a year, it means that they publish more of the papers instead. Okay, for example, per issue, usually the ranges between 10 to 20 papers. There are some journals, they publish around 30 papers per issue. But let's assume that if per issue they are publishing 15 papers, it means that 4 issues, they are going to publish 60 papers in a year. Got a point? But if the issue is only 1, it means that per year they are publishing only 15 papers. So if they have gotten 100 papers in a year, what is the tendency that your paper is going to be selected among 100 papers? They are going to publish only 15. You got a point? Okay, so if you choose journals with more issues per year, you have a higher chance of getting your paper published. Okay, that is one fact. Okay, now, another factor that you have to consider, okay, is where the paper is, the journal is indexed. Okay, usually CHED has got a requirement. If you publish your paper in a journal which is not accepted by CHED, it means that your paper will not, your publication will not be accepted by your institution. Okay, so Scopus ISI and then ACI. ACI is ASEAN Citation Index. Okay, I will take you there very soon. Okay, so you have to make sure that the journal is indexed in Scopus. Okay, indexed in Scopus or indexed in Web of Science. Web of Science is also called ISI. But there is another pirate ISI on the internet. You have to be careful. If you type in Web of ISI, many things will come up. So just type in Web of Science or Clarivate Analytics. Okay, so you have to consider that. And when that is done, another thing you need to consider, okay, is whether the journal is a free journal or it's a paid journal. I've heard so many things, like people are saying that, look, if the journal is a paid journal, it's not a good journal. That is not true. That is not true. They are very good journals, which are paid journals. Okay, but usually with people in our training community, we always try to look for free journals for them to cut down the cost of their publication. So far, for the past how many? Maybe the past 1 year, all the papers we submitted, they were all published for free without any publication fee whatsoever. All right, so now I will take one journal and then we are going to go through it, and then I will show you something to help you. Okay, so if you want to publish in Web of Science, now I'm going to open this journal. Okay, this is, let me go down a little more. Okay, this is advances in physical organic chemistry. I mean, this is just an example. Okay, so let's open. Okay, let's open and let's see what is in there. So we are in Google search. Okay. Okay, so this is a journal in Science Direct. Okay, Science Direct is also indexed in Elsevier. Okay, Scopus is indexed in Elsevier as well. Okay, and Science Direct. So every journal in Science Direct is a good journal. Okay, so we can check over here. Now let me see if the journal has got its own website, because we will get more information from the journal's own website. That'll be better. Okay, the journal has not got its own website. So if we open here, now we will see that the journal is indexed in Elsevier, which is good, and it is indexed in Web of Science as well, which makes it very good. Okay, so if you want to publish a paper here, it's also, so what you have to do is to register. Okay, then you check the author guidelines. Then after that, you submit your paper. Okay, so if your paper is in education, okay, if you are here and then you type in education journals, and then you search, okay, education journal, then search. Okay, all kinds of journals will appear. So you just have to go through them, okay? You have to go through them. But let me say that if you log in, it makes your search easier. So I'm going to log in here, and then let's note something. I'm going to log in into my account with Web of Science. Okay, so I'm here in Web of Science. Okay, we have the journal master list. It's still loading. So if you want to search for journals, it's here. So you just need to type in your type in a name or a field that you want to publish. Maybe educational psychology. Just type in educational psychology journals, and a whole list of journals will pop up. Okay, so you have to check them, okay, and see which of them is best suited for your paper. And something you should always consider, okay, before you submit your paper, please check the scope of the journal. For example, if I type in educational psychology, journal like this, okay, and then search, okay, so many journals will come up. Okay, so now let's see. We have this educational psychology here, British Journal of Educational Psychology, and so on. Okay, now if I open this, let me see. If I open profile, let me see, open profile over here. Okay, now the profile will give more details about the journal. Okay, for example, it will tell you frequency. So this journal is published quarterly. Quarterly means I think 4 times a year. So look here, issues per year. We have four issues, which means it's a good journal to consider. Okay. Now, if we look at something here, okay. Let me see. Okay, just a moment. Okay, so if you check over here, it's indexed in these places, which are very good as well. Okay, now if I go up here again, if I go up here, let's visit the journal website. Okay, journal website. Let's visit the journal website and let's see. Because we'll get more information about the scope of the journal in the journal website. Okay. Okay, so over here, we can check the about. So the about will give us information about the journal. I mean the scope of. Okay, and another thing you can consider is also the impact factor. Okay, uh, impact factor, which is 1 plus, is a very good journal. Okay, but impact factor is not the first priority that you will want to consider as a beginner. Okay, so let's look at the about. Okay, so we check overview, and then in the overview, you will be able to find the scope of the journal. Always make sure that the scope and the aim of the journal fits your own situation. So if you look here, this is the scope, okay? All right. So the scope has to do with our aim is to publish research which has broad international appeal, okay, to researchers and practitioners. So we welcome empirical and methodological papers, experimental studies, observation, classroom behaviors, and also those things. So you have to check all those things that your paper fit into this scope, okay? And then if you check the indexing, where is it indexed? So you can check here, we have all the indexing over here. Okay, and then you can check. So if your goal is to publish in Scopus only, you have to note which one are you going to see. Okay, then we have Scopus here, and then we have Web of Science here, Clarivate Analytics. Okay, so that is one way to do it. Now another way to do this is to, after you are inside your account in Web of Science, you click on Match Manuscript. Match Manuscript. So over here, you are going to write your title here. And then you are going to write your abstract, copy your abstract and paste here. So if you put your title and your abstract and you click on Find Journal, it's going to match your paper to some particular journals. Okay, which means that those journals best match for your paper. So what you have to do is to just check the number of issues per year to make sure that it's around 3 or more issues per year, and then you can submit your paper to them. Okay, so that is it. But always remember that the author guidelines need to be followed very well. Okay, before you decide to submit your paper. Okay, so that is that for Web of Science. So you just go to Web of Science, copy paste your abstract, and a whole list of suggestions will be given to you. Okay, now let's go to we can go to Scopus. Let's go to Scopus here. Okay. Now in Scopus 2, you can create an account, because if you're on an account, it makes using the site easier and easier to navigate. Okay. So over here we are in Scopus. Okay. So if you want to be able to use this better, okay, let's sign in. If you don't have an account, just create an account. So I'm going to sign in here. I'm going to sign in. Okay, so here I'm in my I'm in my account now. Now you look here, we have a source list, we have book title, and so on and so forth. And then up here we have author search, we have sources. Okay, so I'm going to click on this. Okay, it's downloading. Okay, let's save here. Okay, so you can find journals from the author source, from the source, what is it, from the source list. Okay, and then you will find all the necessary website, the necessary journals that you can use, okay, to submit your paper. If I click on sources over here, it's still loading, it's taking time. Okay, so if we click on sources here, now let's look here. So this is a whole lot of journals over here, journals together with books. So what you want to do here is that you have to filter them out. Okay, filter them. For example, if you go to the left here, if you want journals only, just click on journal. Okay, so if you click on journals and then you apply, okay, it's going to bring out the journals. Okay, it's going to bring out the journals. Okay, and then if you want journals in particular field, okay, you can still continue to filter out. Okay, you can still continue to filter. Okay, so over here, we can decide to, let me see over here. Okay, just a moment. Okay. So we can search here. Okay, let me see that. If we check here, we have the various categories. Okay, we have agriculture and biological science, agronomy, and so on and so forth. So if you scroll down here, all the various categories are there. Okay, that you can check. Okay, so let's use one example. Let's assume that uh, your you're fine looking for journal in agronomy or crop science, so you just have to apply. Okay, and then when you do, it will provide you with a list of all agronomy and crop science journals. Okay, so you just have to click them and then go to the journal website, check the number of issues, check the scope very well, and make sure that it matches your own study. Okay, when that is done, then it means that the paper, the journal is good for you. But also don't forget to check whether it's a free journal or a paid journal. If it's a paid journal, how much? Can you afford it or it's too expensive? But because I can tell you there are some journals, the publication fee is up to $2,000. That is like 100,000 pesos. Okay, so you have to check all these things before you submit your paper to the journal. So you can just use this simple criteria to look for a journal for your paper. Okay, so this is one way you can do that. Okay, so another, let's go to SciMego. SciMego. Okay, so if you go to SciMego website, that is also a place that you can find journal. But let me say that not every journal you find here is found in Scopus or ISI. Some of them are not found in Scopus. Yeah, but there are many journals in Scopus and ISI over here. Okay, so what we are going to do is you can type in your field or whatever. For example, if I type in horticulture, okay, and then I search, okay, it's going to pull out so many journals in horticulture. Okay, so many journals, as you can find here, so many of them. Okay, or another approach I can use it, I can click on maybe journal ranking. Journal ranking. Okay, so if I click on journal ranking, it will bring me here. Okay, so if you check here, we have subject areas. Okay, so let's assume that I'm looking for a journal in, call it, maybe social sciences. Okay, social sciences. Okay, so let's say, okay, let me go down, let me see, social sciences. Okay, well, social sciences here. Okay, then now I need to check specific area. So social sciences, I'm going to check what particular study, what particular area. Okay, let's assume that I'm looking for journals in education. Okay, all right, and that will be chosen. Maybe I'm looking for journals in Asia. Okay, I'm looking for Asia, so I'm going to click Asiatic region. Okay, so when that is done, it's going to bring out all journals in Asia related to education. Okay. Now, if you check this, we have various levels for journal. We have Q1, Q2, and Q3 and 4. Okay, Q1 means that quarter 1, quarter 2, 3, 4. Okay, Q1 journals are highly ranked journals simply because they have very high impact factor. Okay, they have very high journal impact factor. And then to be able to publish in Q1, your study needs to be groundbreaking study with high quality, innovative research to be able to publish in Q1. Okay, so if your paper is not really innovative in nature or anything, you can target Q2 or Q3 journal, okay, which is easy to publish compared to Q1 journal. Or even you can even consider Q4 as a beginner. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is your paper is published in Scopus or ISI. Okay, if your paper is innovative in nature, it's a groundbreaking research, then you can consider Q1 journals. Okay, so now let's look at something here. This is a journal in Q3, which is Journal of Educational Evaluation and Health for Health Professional. Okay, or this is also a Malaysian Journal of Learning and Instruction. This is Q2 journal, which is high quality. Okay, so now let's click on this. Let's find out more about this particular journal. So I'm going to right click and then, okay, and I'm going to search for this journal. So it will bring me here, Malaysian Journal of Learning and Instruction. So we are going to check some few things here. Number of issues per year, publication cost. We are also going to check the scope of the journal. Okay. Now, if you look here, we have the scope here. So you have to check the scope if it fits your paper. It's very important. Okay. Now, if you look here, it's saying here that, let me increase the font a little so that you can see better. You can see here, it is double-blinded peer-reviewed international academic journal, published biannually, which means it's published 2 times a year. Okay, 2 times a year, it's not easy to publish in a journal like that, except your paper is really, really good and groundbreaking or something like that. Okay, but look at something here too. When we go down, it is indexed in Scopus, it's indexed in Web of Science, it's indexed in Malaysian Citation Index. Okay, and then my site is the Malaysian Citation Index, which means that this journal is super, super good. Okay, super good. Okay, so get this very, very clearly. Okay, so these are some of the things you have to look. Now we can also check whether the journal is free or not free, whether it's paid or free journal. So to do so, sometimes it will be indicated here. If it's not indicated, check the guidelines for author. Most of the time, it is indicated there. Okay, the guideline for authors is indicated. So if we click here, we'll find out whether it's free or paid. Okay, if it's paid and we can afford, then we can submit our paper then. Okay, if it's so much we cannot afford, then we can look for another journal. Okay, so that is how to use SJI or SciMego to look for a paper, okay, a journal for your paper. So if you check here, just filter over here to meet your particular field, okay, and then you will be able to do it. Okay, now the last thing I want to show you is the ASEAN Citation Index, ASEAN citation index. Okay, so let's look at this. Maybe after this, I might not be able to point because it's 5 p.m. already. All right, so after showing you this, I'm going to close here. And anyway, I'm going to email the video and then the PowerPoint, everything will be given to you. So if you don't understand anything, you can go through them or you can just send us message, okay? And then everything will be explained to you. Now we are here in ASEAN Citation Index, okay? Now over here, we have so many journals. Where am I now? Just again, ASEAN Citation Index. Okay. All right. So we are here now. Okay, it's loaded. Okay. So check accept every journal here. Okay. Some journals here are in Scopus and ISI, but some are not in Scopus and ISI. But because they are here, it is accepted by check. Okay. Every journal here is accepted by check. Okay. Even though it might not be in Scopus or ISI, but because it's here, it's accepted by check. So take note of this. Over here, we have around 600 journals, and they are all accepted by check. So if you cannot submit your paper to Scopus or a Web of Science, you can consider submitting to an ASEAN Citation Index journal. Is that a point? Okay. So over here, let's look at one example. Okay, for example, I'm going to click on the ABAC journal. Okay, and then let's see what's in there. Let's go to Google and let's open. Okay, ABAC journal. Okay, so here is ABAC journal, Assumption University in Thailand. Okay, so I've said we have to look for a couple of things. Number one, the scope of the journal. Number two, number of issues. Number three, whether it's free or not. And then we can look at the impact factor, okay, of the journal. So over here, I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to check some few things. Okay, the first thing I want to check is about the journal. Okay, so now let's look at okay, about the journal. Let's check the scope of the journal. Okay, if we check the scope of the journal, it says that it's 4 issues per year. As you can see here, 4 issues per year, which means that there is high tendency that if you submit your paper, it's going to be published. Okay, and then we have the months of submission. We have March, June, September, and December. Okay, so you also need to check the focus. Okay, the focus is on business, marketing, finance, tourism, hospitality, and so on and so forth. So if your paper match any of these, then you can consider submitting your paper. Okay, over here we see it is indexed in Thai Citation Index and then ASEAN Citation Index. It is also indexed in Scopus, okay, which means it's a good journal. Now for publication charges, you can find it here. So these are the publication charges. So the charge is 10,000 Thai baht. Okay, 10,000 Thai baht. Okay, so he said that the first step, the first step publication fee due at registration is 2,000 baht for both Thais and international journal, but this is non-refundable. Okay, whether your paper is accepted or not, you are not getting this back. Then upon acceptance, the journal may the author may pay the remaining balance, which is 8,000 baht. Okay, so 10,000 baht is around 14,000. Okay, all right. So to publish in Scopus for 14,000. Okay, so if you can afford, then you could decide to get your paper published in a place like this. If the scope is just the same like yours, okay, this could be a good journal. So this is in ASEAN Citation Index. Now, if we go back here, we can check several journals here. So all you have to do is to scroll through the journals, okay? Scroll through the journals. Over here, you can choose 100, and then it will list 100 journals per search. Or you can say maybe agricultural journal, for example, agricultural journals, okay, Harimbawa, okay, and then it will, let's see if we can find journals right here, okay. So over here, we couldn't find. So if we can find, then what we have to do is we just need to stick to what we have here. Okay. For example, you have to patiently scroll through this. Okay, patiently go through them, check the names, and then you see which one is about your title or your topic. Then when that is done, you can select a paper, okay, a journal for your paper. Okay, so again, you every journal here, more than 600 journals, they are all accepted by Cheng. Okay, like I said, some are in Scopus, some are not. Okay, however, even if it's not in Scopus, once it's here, it means it's accepted by Cheng. Okay, that is one thing you have to know. Okay, so on this note, I'm going to end my presentation. I couldn't finish my PowerPoint, but I guess the most important thing is what I have shown you. All right, so when I email you, just go through the rest of the PowerPoint, and then you will get all the information you need. All right, so let's take the questions before we end the discussion for today. Questions before we end. Okay. Okay, any questions about looking for journals for your paper? Any questions so far? No questions? Okay, everything is clear. Just tell me it's clear. Okay, okay, Sunny is saying very extensive. Okay, look, comprehensive. Okay. There is somebody asking question. Can we publish research paper already presented? Okay, if your paper is presented and the journal, the conference did not publish your paper, then you can submit for publication. Okay, you can submit for publication as much as the conference did not publish the paper. You can do that. Okay, you
Sir,
can
I
do
have a
that.
question.
Okay, sir. Look.
Um, what are the red flags that you can mention that you can warn us about that the journal is predatory?
Come again, sir. What are the
Red flags that we should be aware of that will tell us that the journal is predatory.
okay. Yeah, I have heard the same questions over the months we've been doing this training. Okay, when we say a journal is a predatory journal, okay, number one, those journals do not peer review the paper before publication. Okay, their focus is on the money. So when you submit your paper to them, they don't really review it. Okay, just after 3 days, they will tell you your paper is accepted. Okay, but usually journals that are not peer, that are not call it predatory journals, the review period takes around 2 months minimum. Okay, takes around 2 months. Okay, before the paper is accepted. That is one thing. And another thing is also to consider where the journal is indexed. Okay, where the journal is indexed. So if the journal is not indexed in a good database, then it could be considered as a predatory journal too. Okay, so in looking for predatory journals, check where the journal is indexed. Okay, is it indexed in Scopus, in ISI? Is it indexed in ACI? Is it in EBSCO? Is it in Web of Science? Okay, let me also say that the fact that a journal is not in Scopus or Web of Science doesn't mean it is predatory journal. So Scopus and ISI or Web of Science, they are just like Apple and Samsung. But the fact that there is Apple and Samsung doesn't mean Huawei or what's the name of the other brand of phones? It doesn't mean all the other brands are not good. Okay, so Scopus, ISI, they are like the top leading database. But there are many other equally good databases there that are accepted by chain. And that is the examples I gave. For example, all journals in the ASEAN Citation Index are accepted by chain, even though they are not indexed in Scopus and Web of Science. So the key thing is that the peer review process is violated. Okay, so if you submit a paper to a journal and then 3 days or 1 week, they say your paper is accepted, just note that that is a predatory journal. They are just interested in the money, and that is all. Okay, so that is what I can say about predatory journal. We have a couple of questions here. Let me check them. Okay. Okay. Okay, so before I conclude, let me say that next month's training, we are going to do peer review certification training. It's going to be 2 weekends, okay? And then in the peer review certification, anyone who joins the training, some of the participants now have already taken the certification. Like say, Silvano has already been certified as a peer reviewer. So you get double certification. And then you are going to be certified by Web of Science, okay? In which I'm going to be your mentor because I am a certified Web of Science mentor. So I'm going to mentor you to be a Web of Science peer reviewer, okay? And then apart from that, our organization is also going to give you certification as a peer reviewer as well. And then another benefit is that we will give you some list of journals that you could join as a possible peer reviewer. Okay, after the training, and then by joining the peer review training, you will also gain free membership as part of our organization. Okay, so we'll give you membership certification for 1 year. Okay, and then apart from that, you are also going to have discount for every training you attend. Okay, in our training, every training you attend, you have some discount like that. Okay, so we will give you double certification as a peer reviewer, one from Web of Science, and then one from us. Okay, and then we'll take you through the process. Okay, that is one thing. And then apart from the training, let me say that we also do paper improvement, and then we partner with universities. Maybe your research department needs some augmentation. We can augment your research department with paper improvement or with training or with any service that you may need. Okay, so we can help you with that as well. Okay, maybe you want to have a separate training for your faculty. We can help you with that as well. Okay, so we are looking forward to the next training next month. Maybe it's going to be around maybe March 20 or that way, 1 month from now. Let me check my calendar now. Okay, so maybe it's going to be March 20 again, because March 20 is a Saturday as well. Okay, so around March 20, we'll have the next training, which is going to be the peer reviewer certification. And that is going to really boost you in your academic. Okay, if you get certification from Web of Science as a reviewer, it really puts you higher, okay, in your academic ranking. Okay, so I strongly encourage those of you who are program heads, you are deans or anything like that, or even if you are a faculty member, this is good for you. Okay, so that is that. I will communicate the letter to you, the detail to you through email. So if you want to join the training next month, you can join as well. All right, so before I conclude, I want you to rate the training. Okay, rate the training. Just use the chart from 0 to 10. Okay, 10 being completely dissatisfied, and then 10 being highly dissatisfied. I want you to give us a rating because that is how we improve the training every month. So give us rating before we conclude.
What is the highest?
Yes, sir.
10 is the highly satisfied.
10 is highly satisfied.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you give us the rating so that we'll know what to work on.
Excuse me, sir. May I just ask, how are we going to receive our e-certificates?
Okay, the certificate and the videos will be emailed to you on Tuesday. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So when you receive it, you just print it. You can put it somewhere safe.
Sir, will you be sending us email about the next webinar on the
Yes, please.
peer
I'm
review
sending you email about that.
certification?
Yes, please. I'll be sending you email about
Yeah,
that.
we would appreciate that, sir.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Okay, any other concerns before we end? Okay, so on this note, I want to say Maramin Salamat po. Thank you so much, okay, for staying along to this time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you
Very
so much.
much.
Very much.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank
take
you, sir.
let's take
Galing.
a photo together. Okay, open your camera, and then let's take group photo before we finish. Okay, open your camera. If your camera is blocked, please tell me. Let me switch it on for you. Maybe I disabled your camera. Okay. Anybody with disabled camera? See? Okay. Okay. Everybody switch on your camera. Okay, so Romnick and okay, very good. Okay. All right, so I'm going to capture, so far we should be 29, so maybe I'm going to do it 2 times. Okay. All right, so the first capture, okay, ready? Okay, some people are still coming. Let's wait a little. Okay, is this Paja or sir? Ma'am Paja, I'm not sure, sir or ma'am. Is it Paja or Paja? Your camera is still off. Okay, so I will just capture now. Okay, all right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Okay, bye. Okay, so see
Thank
you
you,
again
sir.
next month. Those of you who
Thank you
joined.
very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you. Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye po. See you next. See you next
Okay,
month,
Salamat
sir.
po.
see
See
you
you
next
next month.
month. Okay.
Sir, can I ask something?
Okay, you can ask.
Sir, I'll just send a message na lang po through email.
Okay. You will send message through email?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
Sir
sir.
Louis, see you again.
Bye.
Okay, well, great. See you again.
See you next month, sir. I will attend
Okay,
again next month.
see you again next month. Okay.